First, I'd like to welcome you to the LSE on behalf of Larry Kramer, the President and Vice-Chancellor of the LSE, and other members of the LSE's Senior Management Committee to what is LSE's 2024 Election Night event. I'm Tony Travers from the Department of Government and the School of Public Policy, and I'm going to start the evening for the first hour and then eventually wrap it up at 2 a.m. The event's being broadcast live, so we'll have some questions coming in off the live stream and will be available as a podcast afterwards. So if you want to ask a question, you can be immortalised, or if you don't want to, don't. The hashtag, which is on the screen here, hashtag LSEGE24. I'd just like to thank my colleagues both at the Department of Government and the School of Public Policy who have contributed this evening, but actually other departments throughout the school. It's very much an all-departments exercise. I'd also like to thank colleagues in Communications Division who, courtesy of the Prime Minister's unexpected decision, have had to work incredibly hard to get this evening together, and our catering and security colleagues as well. So thank all of you. There's going to be a series of panels on stage and one in the Wolfson Theatre just outside. We were earlier, so there'll be a panel on climate change there at 12:30. So just to embed that in your mind, there'll be other panels as well. This evening starts with a brief presentation here on stage, which will look briefly at the mechanics of UK elections. I realise many of you, particularly journalists from overseas, may not know how British elections work, so we'll briefly look at that. And then what happens between 10 p.m, when there's an exit poll, and 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning, when most of the results are known. My colleague Genevieve Treadwell will look at the most recent polling, what we knew before the voters went to the polls today. There's going to be a series of panels, as I say. First one, the introduction to British politics, and I'll say a bit about them and my colleagues in a moment. Then one on domestic policy, on the British economy, on foreign policy, on climate change in the Wolfson Theatre, AI fake news in the media, and the future of liberal democracy. So a lot to cover in a very busy evening. Before we start, just a few thoughts. It's been a remarkable year of elections. I can't list all of the countries because it would take all evening, but just quickly. Taiwan, Indonesia, Hungary, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, South Africa, Mexico, India, Iceland, Belgium, the European Union, the UK, the US, and slightly unexpectedly, France. Obviously, Mr. Macron learned from Mr. Sunak that an instant election always turns out well. As indeed it may yet. We mustn't presuppose what happens later this evening. It's interesting to note that the UK's general election is being held on the 4th of July, on Independence Day, while the US presidential election is going to take place on the 5th of November. Which in Britain associated with Guy Fawkes and an effort to overthrow Parliament in 1605. But enough, we're not here to talk about the American election. We'll be back, and colleagues from the American Centre will be talking about this in one of the panels later on this evening. So what I want to do now is to introduce the first panel. And my panel here, from my side to the other side, is Laura Serra, who's a research officer at the LSE's Electoral Psychology Observatory in the Department of Government at the LSE. Professor Tim Bale of Queen Mary University of London, who specialises in political parties, elections and the politics of immigration in Britain, and is Britain's leading academic expert on the Conservative Party. Eleanor Goodman, many of you will know, is a journalist and political editor of Channel 4. See why we invited him tonight. Political editor of Channel 4 for over 30 years. So welcome to all of them and welcome to all of you. So what I'm going to do now is begin with a brief presentation. So I said I'd get to it and forgot it. So briefly, general elections in Britain. Many of you will have seen these signs in the street in the last few hours. They've gone up. This is the 5th UK general elections since 2010. They've all produced Conservative prime ministers, one of them in coalition with the Liberal Democrats, one a minority government. And of course we'll find out tonight whether there is going to be another Conservative government. For those not from the UK, this is very much what British elections look like. There's a whole website devoted to dogs at polling stations. This is a dog that I think knows in its heart, perhaps elections are not as much fun as we all think they are. You know, schools are commandeered, community halls in villages and so on. You then go in and then these many of you will have seen these today, these rather rickety-looking temporary things where you go and vote in, and then it's put in that ballot box. 650 separate elections across the United Kingdom. It's worth stressing that, 650 separate elections. This is what a British general election ballot paper looks like. Slightly out of date because UKIP's on it. Actually, I think UKIP is standing in my constituency, in fact. Just put one cross in one of the boxes, and then it's a first past the post system. The candidate who gets the most votes in a constituency wins the constituency, which may be very important this evening. The polls close at 10 p.m, which is what's now 35 minutes. The ballot boxes are then transferred to counting points in 650 constituencies, a total electorate of just under 50 million. And if there were to be a turnout of 65 or 70%, that's going to take you to 33 or 34 million votes, which have to be counted by hand. Constituencies vary enormously in size. In the north of Scotland, you've got constituencies which are 7 or 8 times the size of Greater London, whereas in London you've got 75 constituencies in a very small area. It's worth noting boundaries have been redrawn for this election, and separately, for the first time in Great Britain, it's been necessary to show identification when you vote. Local results are declared by a returning officer. This has been going on like this for decades, hundreds of years actually. Local authority official, 650 separate elections. As I said, it's possible you'll get recounts in individual constituencies, though this doesn't happen very often. Probably won't happen that often tonight, but it does. Most of the results come through from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. There's very few at the beginning, mostly from the northeast of England, where they count very fast. And then between 2 and 6, hundreds and hundreds of results come through very quickly. There'll be an exit poll, a great moment of drama in about 34 minutes, 35 minutes. UK, BBC, ITV and Sky sponsor an exit poll that's going to be broadcast. It's conducted by major polling companies with a lot of academic involvement, including from the methodology department here at the LSE. It's been relatively accurate, very accurate last time, as you can see here. So last time they were only out 3 for the Conservatives, 12 for Labour, 7-2. So, and given if there's an order of magnitude election, it probably wouldn't matter much anyway, but in recent years the exit polls have been relatively good. I thought it worth just putting up this slide because there's been a lot of discussion about big majorities. So this is simply looking at big majorities from bottom to top getting bigger. You can see there Mrs. Thatcher's great 144 majority in 1983, Mr. Blair's 178 majority in 1997, Stanley Baldwin, most successful Conservative Prime Minister in many ways. I shouldn't say that, but Tim here will disagree with me. 210, rather unusual circumstances in 1924. And then rather different elections with national and coalition governments before that. Will there be a majority of this size tonight? Well, we'll find out. And then last but not least from me, and then I'm going to hand over to Genevieve, just if there is to be a big shift, a big result for one party or a bad result for the other. These are the largest Labour wins in terms of seat numbers. So there's Mr. Blair in 1997 with 418 seats, and again in 2001 with 412, Attlee with 393 in 1945. And on the other side, the Conservatives' worst result in terms of seats, 156 in modern times in 1906. So these are things to bear in mind as the evening goes on. And last but not least, this is the last from me, these are the kind of constituencies where Conservatives are currently MPs, which will declare relatively early. I'm not expecting a geography lesson for everyone to remember these, but the swing needed. Certainly places like Basildon or Cambridgeshire North West go to Labour or leave the Conservatives. In the case of Basildon, the Tories lose them. Very bad for the Conservatives. Obviously, smaller swings are to be expected. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Genevieve, who's going to talk about some of the polls and what happened in 2019.
So, what did we wake up to on the 13th of December 2019? Well, 365 seats for the Conservatives. This was considered a landslide majority. That's 80 seats. I think we're looking at something a little bit different this time round. So, at that election, what was really important to the British public? Well, Brexit. Brexit was the most important thing to the British public. It's actually trumping health, it's trumping immigration, the economy, the environment, all of them. But we see a massive drop-off in 2020. That's when the Brexit deals were starting to be struck. And we also have COVID. We've got Ukraine cropping up, and we also then had the cost of living crisis. So this election, if we look towards the end of this graph in 2024, the three top issues for voters are immigration, health, and the economy. So how did the parties stack up on these issues? Well, on the economy in 2019, the Conservatives were doing pretty well, but they've fallen quite fast, whereas Labour has made up a lot of ground. They've gone up by more than 10% to really dominate the Conservatives on this one too. Moving on to immigration, the Conservatives started pretty strong. This is normally safe ground for them, but they've fallen off a cliff and they've, again, halved what they were looking at, while Labour have slightly improved. The NHS is something that's traditionally seen as a Labour thing, but in 2020, the Conservatives actually managed to pip them. That gap has widened, and now we're looking at a significant Labour lead on this issue. So how does this translate into polling? Well, like this. So in 2020, we had, again, obviously, a Conservative majority, but this has dropped off until they got a vaccine boost midway through 2021. Then Partygate emerges, late 2021, and we start seeing the Conservatives fall down again. And really, they haven't been able to recover. When Boris Johnson resigns as a result of Partygate, it kind of falls further after Liz Truss is elected. They fall off a massive cliff. And while Rishi Sunak was able to slightly stabilise this, they haven't recovered. And despite promises from pollsters that these polling gaps would narrow as the election went on, that hasn't happened. And that hasn't happened because while Labour has seen its vote share, or prospective vote share, slightly drop, so have the Conservatives. And the only beneficiaries are Reform and the Lib Dems. So what's going to happen? Well, Labour are probably going to win, but we're not super sure by how much. So on the left is More in Common's latest MRP. It was done yesterday. They are the most favourable to the Conservatives, and they are predicting 126 seats. That is the worst result for the Conservative Party since 1832, and it is the best prediction that we have for them. On the right is Salvation. They are predicting 64 seats. That is 3 more than they're predicting for the Lib Dems. So we might actually have a race for Lotto. Who's going to lead the opposition? We don't know. Why do we not know? Normally we would have a pretty strong guess on this, and the reason is because the two main ways we look at elections, UNS and MRP, are telling us quite different stories. So UNS, or Uniform National Swing, assumes that national trends are the same in every constituency. The change in national vote share between elections are the same for each seat, and you can derive a seat count from this. It's normally more favourable to the incumbents, so we should see it being more favourable for the Conservatives. MRP, or multi-level regression and post-stratification, which I will not ask you to remember, uses polling data combined with demographic information for each seat that allows you to have a bit more of an understanding about what's going on, but it's a little bit less kind to the incumbent. Normally, these two would track one another. As you can see on the left-hand side of this graph, they're quite close, but they break at that grey line. That grey line is Liz Truss. And that's where it really opens up, because we've basically not seen a swing of this size. We're looking at like a gap that they really can't estimate, and that's why we're having such varying seat predictions. So it's not pollsters' fault, it's voters' fault. I know. So I can't tell you really, I can tell you probably who's going to win, but I can't tell you how much they're going to win by. But I can tell you some interesting places to look. So if we dive into London, it's probably going to lose quite a lot of its blue, but we don't know how much of that blue is going to be changed for orange or yellow, or how much of it's going to be changed for red. So if you look to the bottom seat, that's Wimbledon. Now that's actually a 3-way race between Lib Dems, Labour and Conservatives. Just above that is that next to the yellow is Wimbledon, my apologies. Down is South Croydon. Now that is a Conservative seat since 2010, but that really could flip to Labour. And in the north, in Islington North, That's Jeremy Corbyn's seat. He will not be running as Labour MP, so that could flip and become an independent. Next is Scotland, and there's a chance that Labour are going to break the SNP's 10-year dominance of Scotland, flipping quite a few of these yellow seats red. In the top right-hand corner is Aberdeen South. That's Stephen Flynn's seat, and he is the SNP leader of Westminster. And it's possible that the kind of race between the SNP and Labour are going to split the left vote so much that the Conservatives kind of eke in. Slightly below that is Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy. That is, well, was Gordon Brown's seat. SNP took that in 2015, and it would be quite a boon for Labour to get that back. And below is the Scottish Borders. These 3 seats make up half of the Conservative seats in London, and they're predicted to lose potentially 3 of them. And finally, we can look to the south of England, where there's a real chance of a Lib Dem surge and kind of more independent voices. So just outside London, in the kind of commuter belt, it's Godalming and Ash. That's Jeremy Hunt's seat. Surrey Heath, that's Michael Gove's seat, both of which are looking to go Lib Dem, sorry. Yes, not Labour. And then to the right of that, that's Clacton. That's where Nigel Farage is putting his vote down. And then far to the east is Bristol Central. That's Labour. That could be a rare loss for Labour tonight and go Green. And below that is this kind of like blue belt, which could soon become a bit of a yellow belt as seats like North Devon and Glastonbury turn Lib Dem. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that's the sort of academic research side of the evening. We're now going to talk about some of the consequences of the possible results. Worth saying, these are all polls, and even the exit poll's still a poll, so we will have to wait. The excitement does go on until the middle of the night, and it's always possible that something's changed in the last few hours that the pollsters haven't picked up. Doesn't often happen, but it could, so we must still assume that that is the case. So, Eleanor, you've observed UK elections since the, I'm guessing, 1970s. How does 2024 contest look and feel compared to those of the recent and more distant past?
Well, my first election, proper election, was 1979, and I can say I was in at the beginning, if not the birth, of the photo call, the totally posed photo, which showing a politician doing something they would never normally do, but trying to give themselves, make them connect with the election. And in those days, the first one I witnessed was Mrs. Thatcher, if you can believe it, cuddling a cow, a calf to be precise. And Dennis, her husband, hissed into my ear, "I think she's going to kill it." But he didn't. But I mean, what I found remarkable in this campaign is the extent to which politicians, and not just Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, who has been seen in every extraordinary position that Boris Johnson had never thought of, he has brought photo calls to a new height. But the essential structure of a campaign has been the same since 1979. Indeed, Tory leaders always make their first call to their own grassroots, or what used to be their grassroots, and they would go down on the farm the first day. And if you noticed that in one of Cameron's elections, his first photo call was with some sheep, feeding them reluctantly. And this time we had Rishi embracing a lamb, again, rather reluctantly. And everybody piles on buses and goes around the country after the politicians. To that extent, the structure is the same. The buses are smarter. They now have TV studios on them. But what has happened is that the politicians have become even more compartmentalised, so they have very little to do with the hacks on the bus. And the technology has become more sophisticated, so that the journalists find it, in some ways, it's easier for them. But it's even more difficult to give an impression of what is really going on. And indeed, in the interests of research yesterday, I actually went down to Rishi Sunak's last photo call to meet a colleague for a coffee, my successor on Channel 4 News. And I was amazed by how little access the journalists had. I mean, when we were going round with Mrs. Thatcher, we became kind of costume extras. You know, I remember on one occasion we all had to put on white overalls so we looked like we were factory workers because she was making Kipling cakes for the benefit of the cameras. And she would do photo calls, like holding up a shopping bag to say, you know, our housewives know how to balance the budget. But they did have some kind of meaning in those days, the photo calls. I don't think I'm being nostalgic. But that's all by and by. What really appalled me was how totally staged it now is. Rishi went into this school where the only people he met were 5-year-olds and 2 teachers. And he, you know, apparently I'm staying in Pimlico tonight, and I live on a street where we've had both Starmer and Rishi coming with their buses because it's a triangle, so they can go round and round it, and they've both done knocking on the door shots in my street. Absolutely absurd. Anyway, I'm getting to the point now.
Good.
I thought you'd like a bit of light relief.
Go for it. Go for it. We like it.
But what strikes me this time, and probably more so in this campaign than any other, I've just been an observer rather than a participant, which is why I went down to Romsey yesterday. And what has really depressed me is the standard of truth in this campaign. I defined it early on in my own mind as the division being between lying, as I felt Rishi Sunak was doing when he talked about there being £2,000 worth of tax cuts coming, and evasive to the point of deliberate deception by Keir Starmer and his absolute refusal to go into things that he didn't want to. And we know this is called the Ming vase strategy, in the sense he had a very big polling lead in the polls and he didn't want to risk it. So they agreed on these very, very defined things that they would say they would do. And then he insisted, no, we will not increase taxes other than the ones we've said, the increase for non-DOMs, the removing VAT relief on private schools, and 1 or 2 other ones. And he kept saying, we're not going to increase taxes for working people. And he got away with that for about the first week of the campaign, in fact. And all he would say when asked, what about other taxes, like capital gains, is he would insist, we've costed those. And everybody knows, any journalist knows, that if a politician says they have no plans to do something, that means that they will be able to say at some future point, well, we didn't expect it to be so awful. And it was so bad, this evasion, to put it politely in a House of Commons terms, both by Rishi and by the Prime Minister as of probably 10:10, and Starmer, that one of the most prestigious and well-respected institutes did something I've never seen, which was putting out a statement during the campaign accusing the politicians of a betrayal of silence. And it just says something for how bad it was that they felt they needed to say that. And I was extremely pleased they did. So for me, it's been a very depressing election. Just one on the bright side, the press probably mattered less than ever before, but there was the good thing about having podcasts. And if you knew where to shop around on the podcast, you could become very well informed. So that's a bright spot. And he's trying to tell me to shut up.
No, I can see the clock ticking towards 10. Tim, so thank you, Ellen. You're the leading academic writer about the Conservative Party. what is it about their recent performance and leadership choices that have led the party to where it appears to be tonight?
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to point to Brexit, to the main trigger, if you like, for the problems that they've had in recent years. You could go back a little bit further and point to austerity creating some of the problems in public services and the very sort of sluggish economy that we've got that have also caused problems for the party and their electoral chances. But really, Brexit, by in some senses of obliging David Cameron to resign so suddenly and bringing in Theresa May, someone who was never really trusted by Brexiteers to give them the Brexit that they wanted, and then her being undermined consistently really by Boris Johnson, despite the fact that she had appointed him Foreign Secretary in order to, they hoped, stop him going after her job, was clearly a huge problem as well. And by deciding, and I'm talking here about Conservative MPs, that Boris Johnson should lead them into the 2019 election, they effectively appointed someone who could win that election for them, but then had absolutely no idea what he wanted to do with that win. And to be frank, no real interest in being anything other than the Prime Minister, not really having a policy agenda of his own, or arguably any real beliefs or principles or ideology of his own. Now, clearly, COVID, I think, exposed some of the problems that were always going to, I think, arise with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. But COVID clearly, was a real problem for the Conservatives. It divided them even further between those who were lockdown sceptics and those who believed in, as many people saw it, doing the right thing, and that was certainly the public's opinion. I think Boris Johnson's downfall was inevitable in some ways. I think Partygate accelerated his downfall, but it would have come at some point anyway, because he was so clearly not the right person to be running the country. Liz Truss, the less said about Liz Truss, the better, really. She only lasted 49 days, so we don't really need to talk too much about her, other than having shredded the Conservatives' reputation for probity under Boris Johnson. You had a Prime Minister who then shredded their reputation for economic competence. And then, second best, Rishi Sunak, someone who, quite frankly, not only lacked the authority, I think, to lead the party out of the situation into which Liz Truss and Boris Johnson had driven it, but also, to be honest, lacked the kind of common touch that I think people had come to expect in some ways of their prime ministers. I think Rishi Sunak maybe could have saved at least, some votes by disassociating himself more effectively from his predecessors, but he was unable to do that, partly because his mandate as leader was so weak and he needed the support of people who would both back Boris Johnson and back Liz Truss, so he was never really able to get out from under, if you like. So I think that's in some ways where we are today. The fundamentals, the economy and the state of public services down to austerity, and to some extent down to COVID, and then some very poor leadership choices on the part of the Conservative Party. And I think going forward, the Conservative Party is going to have a debate as to which direction it goes in, and we can talk about that perhaps a little bit later. But it's also going to have to think about how it elects its leaders, because if you give a ideologically and demographically unrepresentative and quite small party membership a final say in picking a leader, I'm not sure you're going to get someone who will resonate with the rest of the country.
Okay, all the parties to some extent have that problem now, don't they? Okay, Laura, thank you for that too. So you've studied the impact of age on voting, particularly the fact that if you compare this election with, say, 1997, when the Conservatives last did very badly, the number of younger people voting Conservative now is far lower than it was in 1997 when the Conservatives did well. And that's not happening all over Europe, is it? So there's a particular issue about the young deserting the centre-right, is that right?
Yes, absolutely. Age in this country is definitely one of the most interesting changes that we've seen in the way people vote. For the longest time, class was what mattered the most, and age has changed its impact in two ways. The first way is turnout, because in the 90s, youth turnout just plummeted, and it hasn't really picked up ever since. After Brexit, it kind of rose a little bit, but it's still nowhere near as high as it used to be prior to the 90s. And then the second way in which it matters is along partisanship. Younger people have always been more likely than older people to support Labour over the Conservatives. But what has changed is that since 2010, the gap in the rate at which the two groups support the respective parties has become 3 or 4 times the size. Now it's about a 30 percentage point difference. And this has very serious implications for the future of the Conservatives, because these young voters are not becoming more conservative as they grow older, which means that with generational replacement, the current conservative, voter base is going to die out, and it's not going to be replaced by a future conservative voter base. Millennials are the first generation that is turning this tide of becoming more conservative, but recent research has shown that actually Generation X, which is the generation that comes before millennials, has been doing the same as well over the last couple of years. They haven't been voting conservative, even though they were expected to. And the reasons behind these changes are many, but one that I am particularly convinced about is this idea of delayed maturation. And what I mean by that is that young people today effectively stay young for longer. In the past, you would do things like completing full-time education, buying a house, getting married, having kids in your, mid-20s, late 20s. Now these things happen much later, or they don't happen at all. And they matter.
Explain to the audience. Keep going.
And they matter a lot for how you vote. If you don't own property, why would you care about property taxes? If you don't have kids, why would you care about education
You don't think the Greens will buck this? I mean, I just noticed, chaired 1 or 2 debates outside London, how the audience seemed to be really separated with young people backing the Greens. And I wonder if Labour in thinking, there's talk that Labour has indeed promised that it will reduce the voting age for next time. And maybe they are actually storing up trouble for themselves, because if they don't deliver and people are upset, they may well switch to the Greens, the young people, and the older ones to reform.
Yeah, that might well happen, but the issue with smaller parties is that the electoral system in this country is not very kind to small parties, and we know that young people tend to prefer them, which is also why they turn out at lower rates than in the rest of Europe. Young people all over Europe and elsewhere have lower rates than older people, but in the UK, they're so much lower than in the rest of Europe. And this is to blame on the electoral system, it's to blame on the fact that it's very difficult to kind of, generate change. And also that parties don't really appeal to young voters because they know they're not going to vote, so they don't really care about the policies that young people want. And there's also a lot of misconception around the policies that young people want, because the common narrative is that all they care about are progressive values, social values. Young people actually care about the economy. They care about housing. Housing is the top issue. I was looking at the latest surveys, and it's the first, under 24s even. All they mention is housing and the economy. The people that care about the so-called liberal authoritarian values are the older ones. They're not the youth. And it's fascinating to see how parties are not really, trying to tap this voter base that is going to be, millennials are now the largest voting generation, and no one is really trying to put out policies to attract them. And yeah, it will be interesting to see what's going to happen now.
I'm going to say, yes, I've got Q&A. I'm going to take, now, 2 or 3 questions. I know this audience is going to be 800 hands are going to go up. That's 2 from everybody. So I'm going to take 3 or 4 questions here. They're going to be very short questions because we've only got about 5 minutes before. So, who'd like to go here? Yes. Very near the mic. Keep it short, though.
Eleanor, I was struck...
Say who you are, if you can.
My name's B. Rolat. It's a question for Eleanor, because you remarked that the media had a sort of limited presence in the...
That what?
That the media didn't have much of an impact on the campaign thus far.
No, well, not the media, the press in particular, but go on.
Press, I mean to say. So I wondered what you make of the Sun newspaper coming out as pro-Labour.
I think it's much...
Hang on, hold on, Eleanor. I want to take three together.
Oh, sorry.
You can definitely answer that. One there.
It's going to be very short.
Identify people by their clothes. And you, by the wall. It's an odd way of describing you, but you know who you are by the wall. Okay. No, the guy in the blue jumper first, and then over by the wall.
Hi, I'm Solomon. I'm a student here at the LSE. I was wondering, you mentioned things about how it's been one of the most dishonest campaigns you felt. I wonder if you felt that the costed manifestos have made a difference for that. They're quite a new phenomenon. I was wondering if you think the fact that people have had to justify their financial claims has meant that kind of truth has been a little bit bent when it's been communicated to the public.
That's a good point. Too many fact checkers, perhaps. I don't mean that, obviously. Can't have enough fact checkers. And gentleman over by the wall here.
Hi, Advait, second year politics student. I wanted to ask Professor Bale, what are your initial thoughts on where the Conservative Party goes after this election?
Very good. Got you. Getting it in early. Right. Okay, Ellen at the Sun.
I think the decision of the Sun to come out for Labour was entirely predictable, because they always go with the winning side, because they're very sensitive to that. So I think that was slightly discounted. But the fact is, they and the Times have far fewer readers than they used to have, and far more people are getting their news in other ways, particularly young people, from either electronic media or, as I say, podcasts. There are so many other alternatives. So I think it was good for Labour morale, so it could say, look, we really have changed. Even the Sun thinks we've changed. The point up here about whether I think people going back to 79 have always tried to put as little into their manifestos as they possibly can. Geoffrey Howe, who was Mrs Thatcher's Chancellor, for example, was very anxious that in 79 the promises were kept to a minimum, and it was actually Mrs Thatcher made a boob on breakfast television in promising to honour some report on public sector pay, the Clegg Commission, and that was about the only time that she went off piste, as it were. But I think this one was much more controlled, and the problem was, for me, was the dissonance between the slogan change, the challenges which ran through the manifesto, and then these meagre little promises, and it was such a wide gap. And my worry is that if they don't deliver, there is going to be such disenchantment by the next election, and God knows what will happen.
Tim, future of the Conservative Party. Going first.
In 1 minute. Well, I mean, if the past is anything to go by, they will rush into a leadership contest, elect a right-wing populist who will pursue the agenda that they have been pursuing for the last 5 years, because they are obsessed with Nigel Farage rather than actually obsessed with the Labour Party and the Lib Dems. They will therefore distance themselves even further from the electorate, and particularly the younger part of the electorate. They will, unless Labour completely stuff up, lose the election after this one, and may need 1 or 2 elections in order to come back and, as it were, smell the coffee.
Okay, we see that Clive Myrie has joined us, which is very good of him.
Was there a third question that we've ignored?
Well, there's the Sun, dishonesty, and the future of the Conservatives. So we can take, before the noise, get one more question, one for Laura, preferably. In the middle, right in the middle there. Wait till the mic arrives for people at home.
Thank you. I'm a student here at LSE, and my question is, do you think that asking for ID actually had or will have an impact on the turnout that we see today?
Sorry, did you ask if this election is going to have a
Yeah,
higher
no,
turnout?
sorry, asking for ID in the
Asking
election.
for
Voter ID.
Very interesting question. I was actually just talking about this with someone earlier. So everyone was really worried about youth turnout around voter ID because young people might not have it.
Sorry, they're laughing at what's going on behind you. Keep going.
But actually, young people are the ones most likely to have ID because they do need it to drink, to go out. And when I was visiting polling stations today, because I was out around London observing, what I've noticed was that the people most surprised about being asked for ID were older. Young people all came in with their ID in their hands, like, who wants to see this? You know, I've got my ID. Whereas older people were like, what? Why are you asking me that? So I was expecting it to have an effect, and I wonder if it's not. Yeah.
I think it's true, young people are much more used to showing ID than older people, and some of them rather resented. I think older people...
It may be, though, that it has
I think we better go into the programme now.
Are you for or against independence? I'll be joined by the country's senior politicians, advisors and commentators to react to the big stories right through the night. Ready for an avalanche of information and reaction, our political editor, Chris Mason, is with us here in the studio.
So, we're seconds away from 10 o'clock and the exit poll. First indication of how the night might unfold. More than 20,000 people took part on behalf of the BBC, ITV News and Sky in this first July election since 1945. 326 seats I needed to win. So, here we go.
And as Big Ben strikes 10, the exit poll is predicting a Labour landslide.
Sir Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister with a majority of around 176.
The exit poll predicts that Labour will have captured 410 seats, adding 209. It suggests the Conservatives will have lost 241 MPs, landing on 131.
And to the other numbers, the Liberal Democrats up 53 on 61 seats, Reform on 13 seats, the SNP down 38 seats, according to this exit poll, on 10, Plaid Cymru on 4, they're up 2, and the Greens are up 1.
All of the pointers tonight are that Sir Keir Starmer is taking Labour back to power. Only the 5th Labour leader to win a general election. These are the first indications of what may unfold, but a moment of history beckons. Chris.
Blimey, just take a look and take in those numbers. The Conservative Party, so often an election-winning machine, looks pulverised tonight, taking in those numbers. At the last general election, it was Labour that was pulverised, reduced to its smallest number of seats since 1935. At the time, there was talk that Boris Johnson might serve as Prime Minister into the 2030s, and that for Labour to win by just a smidgen would require a Himalayan climb on their part. And yet you look at those numbers and they have won by a mile. What does this tell you? It tells us a lot about voter volatility. Like never before, more people in more places, more often, are more willing to change their minds about who they support from one election to another. That's why it looks like we went from a landslide last time for the Conservatives to a landslide for Labour this time. It is going to be quite the night.
And Chris, we should...
Okay, all right. Love the BBC, we'll leave them on in the background. ITV and Sky are also available and will be on available. So worst Conservative result, lower than 150, back in 1906. Labour not quite the seats that Tony Blair won, actually, in 1997. It's 8 lower than that. Great result for the Liberal Democrats. Not bad for the actually quite good for Reform.
Very good.
Tim, what about the Conservative Party? Now I'll come to the other two.
Well, that's broken my business model for the next 5 years.
No. More to write.
No, I would say obviously it is a disaster for the Conservative Party, but it is not the complete catastrophe that some people were suggesting. I mean, in some ways, I'm quite pleased because I was unwise enough right at the beginning, walking through St James's Park, talking to a journalist, and they were talking about the kind of disaster scenarios, and I said, the idea that they'll fall beneath 100 is for the birds, and I've been very worried for the last 2 or 3 weeks that would in fact not be the case. I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult for the Conservative Party to build back in one election cycle, I think, to stand any chance of becoming the government in 2028. But I think Tony makes a very good point. We are living in an age of volatility here. Remember how most Labour people felt in 2019. They really did not think there was any serious prospect that they will be able to come back into government again in 2024, and yet here we are. So I think it's going to be very, very difficult for the Conservative Party. They've got some very, very hard choices to make about where they go next. As I say, I fear they probably will go in the wrong direction, but we will have to see.
I mean, the curiosity of this number is, if you'd asked many Conservative MPs 3 or 4 days ago, would you have settled for 131? They'd have said yes, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would. I mean, I suspect that, you know, if they'd gone over 150, they could have spun it somehow as not that bad, compared to, for example, 1997, where they only got 165. Yeah. I think it's going to be very difficult to spin this as anything other than a disaster. But as I say, I've heard so many people use the word pet peeve over the last few weeks, existential. This is not existential for the Conservative Party. This is a very, very bad defeat, but it is not, I think, existential. There is a reason that the Conservative Party is the oldest and most successful party in the world. They will be capable, I think, of coming back. I think it's a case of when rather than if.
Okay, very clear. Thank you.
I must say, I find it quite difficult to reconcile these. Sorry, I find it quite difficult to reconcile these figures in the sense that reform figure is very much at the top end of expectations, and so is the Conservative figure. I've been very suspicious all along of these MRP polls. One of the small but very interesting debates that is going to follow is just how accurate they were, because they may well have had a big impact on tactical voting, because you could look them up and see what was going on in your constituency, and you thought you got facts, but in fact there were so many different polls. But aside from that, I mean, the reform is going to be able to make a lot of noise, and let's face it, that's what Farage wants to do. He has now got a good platform, 13, far higher than most people expected. People were still talking about 0 and 2, you know, ridiculous figures for him. And I wonder if that Lib Dem figure will turn out to be inflated, because I had a feeling all along during this campaign that people wanted to take revenge on the Conservatives for the tough times they'd had, and really tough times. And maybe they felt by saying they were not going to vote for them, they thought that was enough. They'd frightened the Tories. And so, in fact, people have gone back home in the last 2 or 3 days. And so perhaps Rishi will be able to argue that his campaign wasn't quite the disaster that people were anticipating. I haven't really taken on board how good or bad the Scottish figures are for the other parties, forgive me.
He's still going to get in the record books, though, along with Liz Truss, just for a different reason, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
You know,
no, I mean, I'm not... He may find it slightly easier to stay on,
I agree.
rather than resigning at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Poor soul. What I mean is poor soul if he has to stay on.
Being lead with the opposition when you've been Prime Minister on the other side for PMQs is a pretty bleak experience, isn't it? Laura, your response?
Yeah, so I was also shocked by the reform seat share, to be honest. And the first thing that came to mind was Italy for me, because I'm from Italy, as you might have guessed from the weird accent. And Italy has been a forerunner in politics in many ways. You know, we had Trump well before Trump existed in the form of Berlusconi. And we are also the country where the populist right has effectively replaced the mainstream right as the biggest right-wing party. Now, obviously, those numbers are not suggesting that, but the fact that reform did so much better than everyone was expecting suggests that we might be going in that direction. And I mean, obviously, I'm I'm interested in age, and I would love to see the age breakdown of this vote share. I would love to see how many young people supported reform, because that's something that is happening in some European countries, young people actually going right instead of left. So we'll see, but yeah, that's incredibly fascinating.
Right. Let's take another question, actually, Tim. So I think we've established that this is a dismal result, but it's a dismal result just inside the normal shape of UK politics, isn't it? Because with 131 MPs and the Lib Dems with 60, if that's what they get, so it is still an exit poll. That's a substantial opposition. I mean, it looks like a Labour majority of about 170, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. That's right. I mean, the Conservatives will be able to put together a front bench,
they will.
Which was in doubt when you looked at some of the MRPs. I mean, the question is, of course, those 131 seats, if that's borne out, who is actually left for them, and that will of course make a difference not only to their ability to mount a kind of convincing opposition, but also obviously to the leadership contest. It's difficult to know if that swig will rule Penny Mordaunt out, for example. I think on the Lib Dems, that is an impressive result for them, and actually it is in some ways tribute to the strategy of Ed Davey and Mark Pack, their president, to ignore in some senses their vote share and concentrate very much on actually boosting the number of seats that they get, mainly in that kind of blue wall area and also that kind of M3, M4 corridor. So I think they'll be very, very pleased with that. They obviously now transplant the SNP as the third party in Parliament, which means they get a lot more parliamentary time as well. For the SNP, that probably is, as far as I can see, at the lower end of their expectations, actually. 10 seats, that, if I've recorded it correctly, is a very, very bad result for them, and probably will have an impact on their ability perhaps to hold on to the Scottish Parliament next time around. But the SNP, like the Conservatives, are going to survive because there is a reason, as it were, for the SNP to survive. With regard to reform, yeah, that is quite a lot of seats. In some ways, I'm quite surprised to see them get 13. I thought they'd get probably a handful. Whether that is actually good for Nigel Farage or bad for Nigel Farage, I think is worth thinking about. Nigel Farage has fallen out with every single party that he's ever led. It might have been easier had he been a one-man band.
And he won't be able to go with his friend Trump, will he?
No, rather than having to cope with 12 colleagues who might occasionally disagree with the direction in which he wants to take the party.
I mean, one thought, we've got about... I'm being told to wrap up, so I need to stop dead in a moment. But one thought before we do that. Looking at these numbers and the relationship between them, it looks as if, and this is an awkward thing to throw to you now, that the vote share the Labour Party's got to win this huge majority isn't going to be very high, is it? It's going to be something in the range of 37, 38%. It's not going to clip 40, is it? And by the way, I'll put Genevieve on note. Do you know which of the MRP polls has done best? Don't answer it now. But
I've got them all here.
More in common.
It's more common.
More in common?
Yeah,
Okay,
126, they said.
Right, okay. There's a winner.
It depends
Sorry,
which
I interrupted you though. I mean, it's going to be about 37%, isn't it? Something like that. It's hard to judge this time.
Yes, it is, but in the end, I don't think voters care very much about the vote share. They just look at the seat share in Parliament. And although, obviously, Labour would have liked to get above 40%, to be honest, a win is a win is a win. And if you've got a 170-seat majority, you're not going to worry whether you've got just under 40% or just over 40%.
No, but aficionados of voting systems, of which there are many in the room, will think about this.
Yeah. If you're a nerd, this is great.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Okay, the only reason we've got to stop, you can talk to Tim, to Laura, Eleanor, and any journalists who want to can do this now outside. There are panels that are going to. The only reason we have to start is that the next panel has to start. Stop. The next panel has to start spot on 10:15. There'll be lots going on the TVs outside, but do look at the panels, including the climate change one in the Wolverton Theatre. Thank you all very much for being with us.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion on the domestic policy challenges facing the next British government. My name is Dr. Rocco Freebel. I'm an associate professor of health policy here at the LSE, and I'm going to be the chair of this session. I'm delighted to welcome the speakers today. We have Professor Nick Barr, an economist whose work centers on exploring market failures and how they have influenced and justified welfare states, and who has been incredibly influential in British politics through his work on pension reforms and financing higher education. Then we have Professor Wendy Thompson, who is Vice-Chancellor of the University of London, who has extensive experience leading local governments, and who was a tenured professor in social policy at McGill University in Montreal. And then we have Professor Andrew Street, who's a professor of health economics, and who's an expert in studying and improving health system performance of healthcare systems such as the NHS. So in this panel, we will be discussing some of the most pressing domestic policy challenges that the next Labour government is going to face. These are challenges related to poverty, cost of living crisis, and the state of the NHS. So we will try and unpack some of the points that some of the parties have made during the election campaign, and we will come up or try and discuss some of the lessons that the new government can learn from 14 years of Conservative-led government. At the end of this panel, we will be able to take a few questions from the audience here physically present in the room, but also those joining us online. For those on X, please refer to the hashtag LSEGE24 as our hashtag for this event. And for those in the room, please ensure to switch off your phone or keep it on silent so not to disrupt this event. The final thing to say, this panel discussion is going to be recorded and hopefully transformed into a podcast and advertised afterwards. So that's all I have to say. Now handing over to our panel, perhaps with the first question. And I think, as a first question, really to try and unpack and think about, what are the lessons that we have learned from 14 years of Conservative-led government. Professor Barr, what is your reflection?
I think there are two lessons, big lessons from the last government of what not to do. Message one, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Things like the 2008 economic crisis, COVID, the Russian invasion of Ukraine were all global events, and the British government is blameless. But they shot themselves in the foot over Brexit. They shot themselves in the foot over austerity, namely massive cuts in public spending. And I want to read you something in my notes. These are all items from the BBC News website over the last 2 or 3 months. Towns struggling to see a doctor. Child death rates on the rise. Crumbling schools plagued by leaks and cold. BBC uncovers 6,000 possible illegal sewage spills in 1 year. North East Child Poverty Report contains shocking truths. Jails to run out of space in days, governors warn. Homelessness, number of rough sleepers up by 1/4 in England. Potholes, roads in England and Wales at breaking point in one of the richer countries in the world. This is a very powerful lesson of what not to do. The second lesson is a much simpler one. Tax cuts aren't the answer. The Liz Truss budget cut taxes. They were uncosted. They were to finance consumption. The markets went berserk. It was based on a naive view of first-year economics, that if you cut taxes, you will get economic growth. First-year economics is like doctors learning about anatomy. They need to know how the body's meant to work, but their professional life is what to do when the body doesn't work. And economists need to know what happens when the economy doesn't work, and the Liz Truss budget just glossed over that. So those are my two big lessons that I would take from the last 14 years.
Thank you so much. Professor Thompson.
Thanks. I certainly recognize a lot of what Nick has said, but I think I would put it down to really just one thing, and that's the importance of consistent leadership, one that has a clear vision and purpose, has a strategy, sticks to it, and plays for the long term. I mean, what we've seen, I mean, you could argue that the coalition government of 2016 had a purpose, you know, economic recovery they would claim to achieve through controlling public expenditure and austerity. I mean, it had all the things you describe as a consequence, but at least it was clear. But after that, it's just been chaos. I mean, there's just been a change of personnel, a change of focus, a tactical set of short-term attempts to win favour, all of which have blown up in their face. It's, you know, if I had to put it down to one thing, that's it. I also just got a copy of Anthony Seldon's new book on 14 wasted years, and if you want the long version, there's lots of material there too.
Thank you so much. Professor Street, anything to add?
So, like Nick, I think there's two lessons for health and social care, one on health and one on social care. The lesson for healthcare from the last 14 years is there's nothing to be learned from the Conservatives. What the incoming Labour government needs to do is go back to what they were doing so well when they were last in government. In 2010, when they finished their term in office, the NHS was performing really well. Satisfaction with the health service was at an all-time high, waiting times and waiting lists were at an all-time low, and life expectancy was improving. International agencies rated the National Health Service as among the best in the world. 14 years later, it's completely flipped. Waiting times and waiting lists are at a historic high. Satisfaction with the NHS is at an all-time low. Life expectancy across the UK is falling. That's probably the first time in peacetime history that has happened. So from a system where we had a health service in perfect health, it's basically been put into intensive care by the current, the government that has just left. On social care, there's another lesson. So social care has been problematic for a very long time. In 2011, a big review was undertaken on social care by Dilnat, and a number of my colleagues in the Care Policy Evaluation Centre contributed to that review. Made a whole series of recommendations, all of which were pretty much accepted by the then coalition government of Cameron and Osborne. Not one of them was implemented, and they haven't been implemented since. So the second lesson is, if you're told what to do by people who know what they're talking about, do it.
Thank you. I mean, we will touch on the NHS in a little while, and to hear about your reflections in greater detail. But I think I would like to zoom into the issue of poverty, really as a starting point as well. You know, Britain is the 6th largest economy in the world, and yet 1/5 of the population lives in poverty. 3.6 million children are living in poverty. Since 2010, 75% more people are living on the streets in this country, and over 150,000 families are homeless. So, Professor Barr, you know, what is driving this rise in poverty in Britain, and what can the government do to stop it?
At a macro level, underinvestment has been one of the causes of low economic growth. So the jobs, the living standards have not grown the way they should. So people aren't earning as much as they did. Secondly, austerity has led to cuts in benefits. During COVID, universal credit recipients got an extra £20 a week. There was a big outcry after COVID when that was reversed. Later on, if I have time, I want to talk about the huge importance of early child development. The 2-child benefit cap means no benefits are paid for a child after the second. Even if you ignore morality, this is our future labour force. Not to be investing in them is absolutely batty. So it's a combination of low growth, lower living standards rising, but not rising at all over this Parliament, and very parsimonious benefits.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in. I know
Sure.
I wasn't allocated this question, but I did poverty with Peter Townsend. That's how long I've been around. So I have to have an opinion on this. And one of the things I think is worth mentioning is that most people who are poor are working in this country. I mean, it supports what you're saying about economic growth, but it's not the impression you get from the sort of moral panics that are portrayed about, benefit scroungers and the two-child policy and other things of that kind that follow. So most people are working, and if you're working multiple salaries, then you're even in a more precarious position. Anything goes wrong, you have no wealth, you're immediately into peril. So working poor. Second thing is the huge and growing inequality between older and younger people. I know the electoral traction of the triple lock for older people, but it's pushing younger people further and further away from any hope of gaining the sort of income and equality that you'd expect. So I think those two things are just irresistible additions from me.
Yes. Thank you so much. And Professor Bale, you mentioned austerity measures. I mean, that have really led to significant cuts to, public services, the funding that was allocated to local governments, resulting in the loss of high quality public services and, increases in financial strain. Unfortunately, those austerity measures really impacted those that are socially most vulnerable in our society. And it entrenched social inequality, and it undermined really the community cohesion. So, Professor Thompson, from your experience of working in local government, what, in your view, what is the role of local government in addressing those challenges? And, how can the incoming government strengthen effective decentralization in this country?
Well, I'm one of those people who's worked in lots of different places. So I was in Downing Street during the second term of the Blair government, so I saw it from that perspective, as well as I just was running a county just before this job. So, this is not a planned career you're looking at. But nevertheless, it gives you diverse experience. And, the 40% cuts that were imposed in the early austerity years on local government were just extraordinary, really, under a guise of localism, which was basically, you had to live off whatever you could earn locally. Hugely regressive system of property taxes. And I mean, I was running Norfolk County Council, where Liz Truss was, and just the same magical thinking we saw at a national level was sort of portrayed locally. She represented quite a poor area, no business rates and very little property value, so very high council tax with very little return. So this was not a viable project. In social protection services, I don't know, stand to be corrected, but I'm not aware of another country that funds statutory personal services like adult social care and child protection on a property tax. Those are not elastic taxes. They don't, and those are demand-led services. So those of you who were maybe familiar with this kind of area would have maybe come across what was called the graph of doom, which was represented in local authority terms, which meant that really by, I think probably by the end of this century, there would be no money in local authority spent on anything but adult social care and child protection. I mean, we were spending £1 million a day on adult social care, 5 years ago when I left the county. So this is the state it's in. What can be done? Local government's never the most favoured of policies. It's only here because I'm probably such an advocate for it, and it's never the top priority for central government. But I think there's two things that we can, I think, hope for in local government. One is that they will be a key to economic growth. If you want to see, especially a levelling up or more of an even economic development, the local government's pitching for local economic powers, which they don't currently have. And I think there's some indication in the manifesto that they will be given some place in the role of economic development in the industrial strategy, possibly also in environmental and climate economy that is also going to be the subject of that sort of investment. I think, though, that what some people are calling the mighty mouse of the manifesto for local authorities is housing. There's a huge pressure on the housing stock, a commitment, one of the few numbered commitments of a 1.5 million growth in housing. There's a lot local authorities can do to make that happen. The way it's been done before, I've experienced, and it's no surprise to me why it was resisted so badly. The change to the planning laws, there's lots of opportunity for doing that. That doesn't just mean riding shotgun through local people's wishes. You can improve the planning laws. You can do land assembly. I mean, there's almost nobody left in this country who knows how to do compulsory purchase orders. This is a bit techy, but but if you want to build on the grey land, and you want to build the grey land with the green belt, and you want to build on brown sites, these are the skills you've got to have, and you've got to empower local authorities to cut through land speculation, land banking, use CPO powers, and get it done. And it can be done. I was on the urban task force, so, and some of what you're saying about the Blair government is much of what we need to do on housing is there. Some of it is just perverse, what the constraints that are placed on local authorities. There's been a long-standing policy of right to buy. The receipts from the sales of right to buy are not allowed to be deployed flexibly by local authorities. I won't go into the detail of it because, again, it's a bit of a specialist art form, but if you don't get it spent you're only allowed to spend 30% of the receipts of the houses you've had to, give away almost, and of that money you have to get it spent in a time frame or it goes back to the Treasury. So there is money around if we're just allowed to use it for the things that we need to do it with. And I think local government, despite its hard times, is really a big part of the answer.
Thank you. And we have seen in one of the presentations earlier that healthcare ranks as one of the most important issues for voters. And in 2018, for the 70th anniversary of the NHS, I've written a piece for the BMJ highlighting some of the lessons that countries aspiring or moving towards universal health coverage could learn from the NHS. Now, it seems like the tables have turned. The NHS is not an aspiration anymore, but it's really an example of failure. So, Professor Street, how serious is the crisis in the NHS, and how can we address it?
Well, I mean, it is really serious. I mean, tomorrow is the 74th birthday of the NHS, and it's in a really poor state of health, as I said earlier. And unfortunately, the manifestos of all the major parties just don't seem to recognise the scale of the problem. They're all really disappointing. The Conservatives pretty much promised what they promised at the last election and the election before that. And, we can judge them on the record. If they got in, the best advice I would be able to give to you is don't get sick, don't have an accident, and don't get dementia. The SNP, so health and social care are devolved responsibilities. So the biggest element of the devolved responsibilities of the devolved governments. SNP have been in a long time, and their manifesto is also really disappointing. It's really thin, and most of it puts the blame for the state of the healthcare system in Scotland on Westminster. Sorry, but they have to take responsibility for the biggest area of their responsibility. Lib Dems had perhaps the most detailed set of plans in their manifesto, and if I was part of the incoming Labour government, I would beg to borrow or even steal some of their ideas and make them my own, particularly on social care. Labour have two key flagship policies, but given the state of the healthcare problem, they're a bit like sticking plasters. So the first one is they're going to try and reduce waiting times and waiting lists by investing in 2 million more appointments, operations and scans every year. That sounds quite a big number, but it's 2% of the total number that are conducted annually in the NHS. And it probably isn't going to be enough to get rid of the waiting list problem. More problematic, though, is how it's going to be delivered. Because essentially what they're saying is, what we're going to do is incentivise staff to do more overtime. Now, their incentives are probably going to amount to more than an occasional round of applause that we got in Boris Johnson's government. But you might have noticed that staff working in the healthcare system are not particularly happy at the moment. The doctors have been on strike for a very long time. The latest 5-day strike by junior doctors just ended. Most staff are really burnt out after COVID. They're still burnt out after that. Many have left the NHS altogether. There are 125,000 vacancies in the NHS at the moment. That means remaining staff are having to work longer hours and do overtime to do the jobs that the staff that aren't there to do it. There is no capacity to do more work. So that's the first thing. I don't think it's realised. What we need is a proper, thorough workforce plan that addresses training, that addresses recruitment, and that addresses retention. That needs to happen, and that's going to take a very long time. The second promise is to double the number of scanners, CT scanners and MRI scanners in the NHS. And that's because we're pretty much at the bottom of the European League when it comes to the number of scanners we have, and that's been signalled as a problem in terms of diagnosis, particularly for cancer care, where also we're at the bottom of the International League in terms of our cancer survival rates. But it's not just scanners we lack. We have fewer beds per population. So if you're unfortunate enough to go to hospital, you can count yourself fortunate that you get admitted to a hospital ward and into a bed. You might end up on a trolley or in a chair day and night instead of on a bed. We have the highest amount of backlog maintenance in history. We can't even patch up our computers. I mean, we've just been, in the south of London, there's just been a ransomware attack. It's meant all the diagnoses in South London, diagnostic tests in South London are out of action. We'll be out of action for 3 months. And that means, forget a digital transformation in healthcare. People are now having to share test results using pen and paper. And this, again, is the fault of the Conservative government, who over the last few years have failed to make sure that there is adequate funding to meet the increasing demands being placed on the NHS. And what they've done is they've raided the capital budget, underinvested in capital, to fund day-to-day operations. Now, you don't notice that on a day-to-day basis, but 14 years later, you certainly do. We no longer have a healthcare system that is fit for purpose in the 21st century.
I recognise a lot of what Andrew's saying, and I did chair one of the early ICS boards, and so 3/4 of the way into the year, we would take the capital budget and spend it on revenue. So you see it in action, and that meant no IT and none of the kind of capital that you need. So you see it on the ground, the things you're describing. I mean, I'm a sort of person who tries to get stuff to work, so I'll look at it from that point of view. And it might not be the most popular point of view for this crowd, but if you've got to do it, you sort of think, what could I do? And you've got £178 billion to play with. It's not peanuts. And from the times that I've been involved in the joint systems, I think there's a lot of scope for spending it better. Definitely having this investment in infrastructure. I mean, you're the economist, but from what I remember my early Adam Smith days, if you throw a lot of labor with no investment in machinery or plant, it gets more inefficient, and that's what we've been doing to the health service. So I don't know much about it, but I think it's in that space. Anyway, so I think we can do better, and I think if simple strategy, think about the 178 billion as an investment. And think about how it can add to the economic growth agenda, because that will, in the long run, give us something that we have, more sustainable services. And there's lots of ways it can do things. For example, we don't have an electronic patient record in most of the country system comprehensively. We have a bit of them some places. They're almost all American systems bought from Oracle or Cerner. We have a big national service. We should be making markets and buying from ourselves, from things we've made for ourselves at our own profit. So, those are the sort of examples. But population, the second one would be population health. Everyone knows it's the right thing. It's not a new idea, but we have to actually do it. And we have to learn how to do it, develop people to do it, create different incentives and financial flows. I think the work that's being done in the NHS Confederation now, that's going to be piloted shortly, will be an interesting thing to see. I think there's a lot of, more efficient, more effective, and better for patients' way of doing treatments. I did a 3-year review on financing flows in the Quebec health system. We waste a lot of money for poor outcomes on a procedural level, doing things that could have been done earlier, could have been done differently or better. So notwithstanding, that we've got a problem. I think if you've got a problem, we're not going to be able to throw more money at it in the short run. Let's see what we can do with the money we've got. And my optimistic spirit believes that there's quite a lot we could do if we could give the staff the hope and the confidence that we mean it.
Professor Bale. Very quick point.
Absolutely.
Sonny, healthcare is experiencing something called the Beaumont cost disease. It means that prices in healthcare go up faster than prices generally. And we don't have time, I don't have time to explain it, I recognise we're short. If a government claims, as the Conservative government did at one stage, that it's protecting the NHS by uprating their budget each year in line with general price inflation, basically they're lying. They know perfectly well that that isn't enough. Healthcare needs more. That's quite separate from the fact that there's more older people, complex multiple medical needs, and more expensive medical technology. So it really does need a lot more resources, simply because of the nature of services that use a lot of skilled labour.
Thank you. Professor Street, perhaps the last question before we open up to the audience. So, I mean, we spoke about the NHS, but I think public services more generally. Do we need more investment, fresh money that goes into the system to improve public services more generally? Or do we just need a reform to the way public services are working?
Well, in healthcare, there's been lots of talk of reform, but essentially what we have all the time in healthcare is reorganisation. So Wendy works for an ICS. Before they were called CCGs, before that they were PCTs, before that they were PCGs, before that they were TPPs, before that they were GP fund holders. What the NHS has been doing year on year, government by government, is reorganising everything. This does nothing to help solve the healthcare problems of the UK population. It's a waste of time and a waste of effort. So these reorganisations, which have always been badged as reforms in healthcare, are nothing of the sort. Now, of course, as Nick says, there needs to be more money. But there isn't any more money. There isn't. So we're going to have to get by. What we need to do is do boring things. We need to implement the workforce plan that has just been written in 2023. For 13 years of the Conservative coalition government, there was no workforce plan. That's incredible. This is one of the biggest employers in the world. 1 in 20 of the working population of the UK work for the health service. There was no workforce plan for 13 years. We now have one. It needs to be implemented, and it needs to be implemented carefully to solve the workforce crisis. But we also need a plan for our capital investment, our physical infrastructure and our technological infrastructure. And that needs to be developed as well and introduced it's going to take 2 parliamentary terms at least to get us back to anywhere like we were in 2010, because the problems are so bad. I mean, the NHS is in intensive care. It needs a plan to get it into rehabilitation. First of all, sort out the strike, the labour relations, and then we need a recovery plan, a care recovery plan to sort out the labour situation and then the capital situation. All of that is going to take a very long time, the problem being so acute.
The Liz Truss budget blew a gasket because it was to finance consumption. It was predictable and predicted. Borrowing to finance a genuine investment strategy set out on paper, thought through, costed by the Office for Budgetary Responsibility, a government could and I think should borrow for. Now, I know that national debt is high. It's about 98% of national income, and the target is more like 60%. But just by way of reference, when Britain came out of the Second World War, we had a national debt of 240% of national income, and we paid it all off. It took time, but we did. So I guess one of my messages for the new government is borrowing for a proper investment strategy very much ought to be on the agenda, and I think that's the only way one's going to get significant resources in the short run, because that has to come first. Growth and the hard tax revenues that come with growth will only come later.
Thank you. Professor Thompson, the last word.
Well, I'll keep it brief. I mean, I would say that the investment in capital and technology is what is transforming a lot of other sectors in business and private sector, and that's along with the workforce is absolutely critical. And I know everyone's probably tired of hearing AI is the great, solution to all things, but, we're using it even in the university, and it's transforming things, the amount of, our inquiry systems, our, academic assistance, and I've been on some tours with big American cities, and what they can do with AI and proper digital technology would transform our public services. Maybe we should borrow on it, if it's thought of as an investment. But definitely that's neat. I think the other thing we need is hope. So I'm by nature sort of, you probably can only be in public service as long as I have and had hope. But we've got to give other people hope and the public hope, because if they think it's poor services for poor people, then that's what you get. So we don't want to be misleading people about expectations, but we want them to feel that people who need the most should get what they need, really, and we can't give up that commitment, really.
Thank you so much. We will now have the time to take a few questions from the floor. If I can please just ask you to raise your hand. We have a steward coming around with the microphone. For those online, please use the Q&A function to type in your questions, and we'll be calling on you very shortly. So perhaps with the gentleman over there in the green shirt, we start with you.
Thank you. Just to go back to what you were saying about sort of the workforce plan, any plan obviously can't be implemented overnight. So there's got to be some sort of period that the incoming government is dealing with this. One of the things that people talk about under the Blair government was that because they set out a credible plan that people in the NHS, the workforce already there, believed in, that they got more leeway and more buy-in. Do you think that's something that is feasible for the Labour Party to do again? Or do you think that trust in central government from the workforce in the NHS is so gone that they don't get the buy-in necessary to sort of do these longer-term workforce planning?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm taking a few questions, if that's okay. The lady here in the front. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned about housing. There seems to be massive development everywhere. Trouble is the houses, the flats aren't accessible, yet most of them remain empty, owned by people who never live there. Is that something that you see as part of a solution to housing? Some sort of policy to address that?
And if we can take one more, perhaps from the lady on the right-hand side, in the white blouse.
Thank you. You mentioned quite eloquently the crisis in healthcare and the crisis in social care. Do you see any scenario where under a new Labour government there's actually proper health and social care integration and funding and enablers to go with it?
Okay, thank you. Let's start with answering those questions.
Okay, so the workforce plan, you make a very good point. Having clear idea of a direction of travel and consistency is going to be really important. If you want to plan something for the years ahead, you need to stick with it. Now, the good thing is, and this can give us some hope, is that there has been a workforce plan published finally last year, which has been generally accepted as helpful and something well worth following. So there is something to build on there. It's been put forward, and Labour should push ahead with implementing that plan and not keep changing things all the time. So I think there is hope on the workforce, but of course the immediate thing that has to be sorted out is the striking, the numbers of strikes. That's the big job, because you can't do any planning if you haven't even got people on strike all the time. So that's going to take a while. I'll just come to the social care integration, and this is really important. As I think Nick said, we have people now living longer but in poorer health conditions, and those health conditions are not just related to their own personal behaviours and circumstances. We've heard that a lot from the government, eat your 5 a day, do more exercise and so on. A lot of the health problems we're facing in our country are down to the circumstances that people face, the environments they live in, their poor housing, and the circumstances in which they live. And health has been deteriorating because the whole infrastructure of our country has been deteriorating. And that has impact on our health, it has impact on our ability to live our daily lives. And yeah, we need to have greater integration, not just of actual health and social care, but greater integration across public services to lift us all out of poverty, to make sure we're all healthier. And you know, the Labour government puts a lot of emphasis on improving the economy, but you know, from at an individual level, you're less productive if you're unwell.
Yeah.
If you die prematurely, you're not productive at all. And it's well known that if we want to improve our economic performance, health of the nation comes first. So we need to invest in our healthcare systems and our social care systems, because without that, our economy isn't going to grow. So you need to make sure, as the NHS enters its 75th year, wish the health services and the health systems and social care systems in our countries well with their recovery, because your health and your well-being depend on them.
Thank you. There was one question on housing.
Yes, on housing. There's a lot you could do about housing, and actually some of the regional governments are beginning to make rules on Airbnb rentals and trying to have greater control over the empty properties. It's a big issue in London, and I think if there was more devolved powers to some of the local mayors, they could do more about it. But what I always said on the task force, you know, is there are more existing properties ever than new ones, and the new ones are important, but they're not going to solve the whole housing crisis. I'll just say a word about so I think there's lots that can be done, and some of it is about making sure people are living in the houses we've got. The issue about the integrated health and social care, the financial flows, I think, are just, without getting overly technical about it, you get what you pay for. And if you pay for acute activity in hospitals, tertiary or quinquenary hospitals, that's what you'll get. And that's what our previous system was primarily focused on. Now we need to be paying for it across the life cycle of chronic care. And this is why I mentioned the NHS Confederation work that they've been doing on financial flows. There's some ideas there that I think are practical. Towards the end of the last Labour government, there was work going on to really see how you fund end-to-end patient care, and there's a lot of scope for making that work, I think.
Professor Bale.
I mean, on social care, just to echo a point that Andrew made earlier, the Deal Not report set out a very well worked out way of dealing with social care. The government should simply do it. On healthcare, the objective is actually not healthcare, it's better health. And better health comes in part from the health service. It comes from a whole lot of other things. I mean, in some ways, if my fairy godperson gave me one wish to improve the health of the country, it wouldn't be to the health service, it would be to ban ultra-processed food. Yes. And I think that's a very, leading to obesity, leading to ill health. There is a lot we can do to improve people's health that doesn't involve clinical facilities, etc. One needs to be moving ahead on both fronts. And just to come back to my point about early child development, I just want to put out a teaser. An English baby born in August will do less well in school than a baby born in September, and that persists right the way through to university entrance. So early child development matters.
We will have an opportunity to take one question from the online audience. You can just please have the microphone.
Privatization has been spoken about in healthcare. Should we be worried about this?
Professor Street.
A lot of privatisation in healthcare has been quite hidden. I mean, if we think about actually, but it's been prevalent also for a long time. GPs are the backbone of the healthcare system, but actually they're private entrepreneurs. So since the foundation of the health service in 1948, there has been a private element in the way that our services have are provided. But that has actually sped up over the last few years. Some of it has actually been pretty helpful. The investment in private treatment centres has meant that actually the quality of services for certain things, hip replacements, knee replacements, in those private providers has actually been better than in the equivalent services provided in the public sector. But that only accounts for a small fraction of service provision. So there is a role, the extent is how much. And what you'll see is, you might not see how much actually is privatised. I was treated in hospital a year ago. I was in a private wing of Guy's, funded by the NHS. So a lot of NHS work is already being done in hospitals that are public hospitals but have private wings to them. You go to an A&E these days, the front door might be run by a private company. During COVID, who did test and trace? It wasn't local authorities, it was all contracted out to Serco. Now, of course, if you're going to engage with the private sector, the critical thing is you have really clearly specified contracts, because private organisations are really good at making money and bending the contracts to ensure that they achieve that objective. So maybe it's fine to engage in the private sector, with the private sector, but only in the circumstances that you have really clearly specified contractual relationships. Otherwise, we'll end up paying more for less.
Okay, one final point from Professor Bale.
My students in the audience know I always beat the crap out of them to distinguish finance from delivery. Healthcare should be mainly publicly financed. Delivery can be public or private or a mix. You have different systems in different countries. The NHS has never been fully private. It never owned its own farms to grow the food that it fed its patients in hospital, its beds, its x-ray machines, etc. It's always been a mix, and as Andrew says, the question is getting the mix that works best, which means well-defined contracts, privatising where it makes sense. Getting too ideological can get in the way of getting better results for patients.
Okay, thank you so much to our speakers for this very fascinating discussion. I think we all enjoyed the points that you have raised. Thank you to the audience for those excellent questions. Just as a note, the next panel discussion is going to start in 1 minute, focusing on the British economy right here. If there are any follow-up questions to our speakers or to myself afterwards, please feel free to find us near the drinks or here in the foyer. Thank you.
but...
Okay, so we're about to start in 1 minute, please.
So I know.
To ask all of the questions, but then give it to you first.
Well, I'm not sure I want to. So why don't you first go to Richard so he can start off with the more line you want. I'll go third.
You third. Okay, perfect. Okay, so welcome to another event of the LSE's Election Night 2024. This is panel number 3, the British economy. It is great to have all of you here at the Sheikh Zayed Theatre and also to have many of you joining us online from many parts of the world. I am Vanessa Rubio Marquez and I am Professor in Practice and Associate Dean of Extended Education at the School of Public Policy here at the LSE. And it is a pleasure to chair this panel today and being joined by Professor Tim Besley, the W. Arthur Lewis Professor of Development Economics, who alongside that field, he's also a specialist in public economics and political economy. Thank you for being here. Ishan Nelson, the reporter for the New York Times, who focuses on the British economy, government economic policy, and also the decisions by the Bank of England and the European Central Bank. And my colleague at the SPP, Professor Richard Davis, Director of the Growth Co-Lab at the LSE, which is a research collaboration with Harvard University that advises governments on inclusive growth practices. So 3 housekeeping announcements for those of you on X. It has been said before, but and other social media, the hashtag of today's event is hashtag LSEGE24. We would also kindly ask you to turn your phones on silent mode. And this event is being recorded and will be available as podcast, technology permitting. So, a number of issues arise when one thinks, reads, discusses about the state of the British economy. On the more perhaps negative side of things, there's stagnant growth, low labor productivity, particularly when compared to peers. Debt is at its highest level in more than 6 decades, according to the Institute of Fiscal Studies. And there are huge shortcomings in investment on health, infrastructure, and housing, among others. We heard some of that in the previous panel. Population is shrinking, and that creates, of course, a great deal of problems and pressures on social care and pensions. But alongside this scenario, there's, of course, more positive news. The economy has proven to be resilient. Growth is recovering faster than expected. I know on these areas is never quick and never enough, but inflation has also fallen more speedily, and according to the IMF, the banking system remains healthy and sound. And I should also say that the UK has institutions and checks and balances that shape economic policy that many of us, believe me, envy. So, what I would like to focus on today in this discussion is 3 main issues. The first one, the state of the UK economy, beyond this general snapshot that I just gave. Then, where would you see the main constraints for more growth, more productivity, more social cohesion, more inclusion? And then, of course, the policy conundrums. More taxes, less taxes, where? More spending, less spending, where? What about more state, less state, and where? Of course, regulation and reforms, but also others. And what about the challenges for fiscal discipline? So I know I'm asking too much at this stage, but let's get on with the conversation. So, Richard, how do you see these delicate balancing acts playing out?
Thank you, Vanessa. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I know there's a lot of tempting food and drink outside. Look, I want to start off talking about the constraints, and you talked about social cohesion, and really talk about that reform number. The reform number is the one that concerned me on the exit poll. We all knew the other numbers were coming. And I do think there's a bit of a downside scenario, and it's a downside scenario which is important for everybody that cares about liberal democracies to take seriously. And it comes from the following three things. First one is inequality. When we think about inequality in Britain, we're often told it's very high. Actually, that's not true. When you look at the inequality that I would argue matters, which is between the people on the median wage and the people on the 10th percentile, that measure of inequality has almost disappeared from the UK economy. The reason for that is the minimum wage. And so many people, we have this cross-party agreement on the minimum wage, and so many people are on the minimum wage, okay? In a way that at the start that seems like a good story, but at the same time, what's that telling us? It's telling us that in policy terms, we're not trusting firms to set a wage which we regard as a kind of sustainable wage for people, and we have a lot of in-work poor. So the minimum wage has become a predominant thing in the UK economy. So we're telling people, you can't trust firms to set you a decent wage. You're just on the minimum wage. That's set by the government. At the same time, when it comes to the UK trade, one of the first things that the new Chancellor, and we think it's going to be Rachel Reeves, will have to deal with next week, first thing is the loss of British steelmaking with the collapse of Port Talbot, as you may say it, Port Talbot, as it's said in Wales. There's 3,000 people employed there. Around ripple effects, maybe 7,000. The reason that industry is unproductive, it has double the productivity of the median industry, double the productivity growth rate. The reason it's unproductive is because of China's strategy to invest in steel and Chinese dumping. Okay, so on the one hand, on the minimum wage, we're saying we can't really trust the capitalist system, so we're going to have a minimum wage. On free trade in Britain, we're saying we're just going to be really stick to WTA rules, be really free trade, and big businesses are going to go out. And then when we came to the tax and spend conundrum, Vanessa, the way that the government, and any government, frankly, would have got through this is through something called fiscal drag. Fiscal drag is where you're able to go out, and you will know about this as an ex-finance minister, fiscal drag is where you're able to go out to people truthfully and say, we're not putting up taxes because you're not putting up the tax rate. But actually what you're doing is you're keeping it set at that rate, and because of wage growth, because of inflation, more people pay more taxation. And I think that that's a kind of thing that in policy circles can sometimes seem like a free lunch, but when people look at their pay packet, they see they are paying more tax. And this combination of, on the one hand, saying we can't trust companies to pay your wage, so the government's going to set your wage, so we can't trust free markets, but then telling people, well, we can trust free markets, yet it's sending British business out of, British important strategic industries out of business, and that the way we're going to fuel the spending we need to do is through this kind of trick on taxation. I don't think that any of this adds up to a good feeling, a good story, a good notion about a capitalist liberal democracy. And that's my big fear. I've got an optimistic case, which I'll have time to tell you, but that's my big fear.
Thank you so much, Richard. And you actually spoke about the role of the state in this case in setting the minimum wage, but also some aspects in relation to geopolitics, subsidies, perhaps an industrial policy in the middle. But Isha, what are your thoughts about the questions that I've posed at the beginning?
I think, Richard, you make a good point as well about bringing up social cohesion, because I work at the New York Times and I cover the UK for the UK, and I'm based here, but I also read what's going on in the US. And one of the things that really stands out to me is that the Biden administration, their Bidenomics program, has been heavily around kind of getting companies to invest more, kind of come hell or high water, getting those jobs in the US, having actually really a big boom in manufacturing investment, job growth that has well exceeded the jobs lost during the pandemic, but people feel really, really down about the economy. And what's happening this week in the US is not a conversation about what that election looks like in November for Biden, but whether or not he should even run again. And so I do think there's going to be this big question for Labour, as the polls suggested it will be, in terms of how you actually make people feel better about the economy we're in. You know, they've been hearing about 14 years of bad news. You know, they know that real wages are where they were at in 2007. We know investment has been weak. We know there is meager productivity growth, which has got all these issues for living standards. So if you're going to try and change things while also saying at the same time, we have to focus on stability, we have to focus on like these fiscal constraints, we have to be really cautious, I think there's going to still be a desire for things that people will feel quite quickly. And so I think that just to bring it back to the economy isn't always it's definitely not always about the numbers, it's definitely not about those aggregate numbers, but it will be about how people feel, and I'm kind of curious as to how that plays out.
Agree, and I think this is a discussion that is taking place everywhere in the world around, the high view and the promises and the narrative and the concepts and the promises vis-a-vis the questions of people and individuals about what is in there for me and how can I actually improve my well-being and the well-being of my family, in a very practical and tangible way. But let's turn now to Professor Besley for your initial thoughts and reflections.
Yeah, and I'll follow on from both the previous speakers and think about what could be Labour's play, assuming they are the new government. What is the thing that they could really focus on that could make a tangible difference and perhaps make Richard's rather pessimistic scenario less likely and actually even give some tangible benefits. And the obvious answer when you look at the UK economy just is investment. The UK economy invests about 16% of GDP. The countries we like to compare ourselves to, Germany, France and the USA, it's north of 20% of GDP. So if we could just find some way of increasing private investment from 16 to 20%, of course that won't give an instant boost to the economy, but that's the play, and I'm sure it's going to be a priority for Labour when they come in. Just to put that in perspective, the government's spending on infrastructure is about 1.3% of GDP. There's a possibility we could get government to push that up to something like 1.5 or even 1.7. But the heavy lifting in a capitalist economy comes from private investment. And the conundrum of the UK economy, systematically, you look at any league tables, we are at the bottom of the pack when it comes to private investment. So what's holding that back? That's the big question. Some people will tell you it's taxes. I have no time at all for that argument. The UK's tax regime is not the principal reason why we don't invest. There's a lack, I think, of strategic vision. If you speak to people who are people who either control large stocks of capital or could be influential in influencing the level of investment, they will tell you it's very hard to see a sense of strategic direction as to what the UK economy will look like, and more importantly, what is the institutional framework that will deliver that. So while infrastructure isn't quantitatively important in the investment story, it's a tremendously important leading indicator that can lead to private investment being directed in particular places. So if we had a credible commitment to the green transition, for example, that would crowd in large amounts of private investment potentially, but at the moment many people who are standing on the sideline do not actually know what that strategic vision is and how the government is going to deliver it. So Labour's play could be to fill that gap. Some of you will know, if you've read the manifestos carefully, that they have an idea to implement a new institution which they're calling NISTA. Don't ask me to tell you exactly what that acronym is, but essentially a strategy and delivery body for infrastructure. That potentially, if it's structured right, there's lots of devilish details in how that body might work. There's real hope that we could do something about low levels of investment. The other thing, everyone blames the UK for having an overly centralised system, and I think there's a real dilemma for Labour how far they want to play on this.
The last few years, I've been sitting on the government's Levelling Up Advisory Council. There's been a lot of discussion of the need to decentralise power. But we have a very unpromising structure of political and economic geography to deliver that. So when in another role I played in government, which is on the National Infrastructure Commission, when we tried to develop a growth plan for the Cambridge, Milton Keynes, Oxford corridor, one of the most productive corridors in the UK, there were nearly 30 different authorities in government that had to be brought on board to deliver a growth plan just for that little bit of the country. We have a incredibly fragmented system of authority. We have elected mayors with virtually no money to spend and no capacity to actually deliver projects. So there's a huge amount of institutional reform, which if managed right could be part of this play that delivers something tangible. But at the end of the day, that's going to be relatively slow, but we might see movement over a period of 1 to 2 years. But I think whether this is a successful administration or not will almost certainly hinge on whether we can see any movement in the dial.
Thank you. And I think, Tim, you touched on a very relevant issue in relation to credibility. And credibility, I think, is also very much linked to fiscal stance and to fiscal sustainability. So a lot of that will have to be solved to also have a credible scenario and credible plans. And you also touched on a series of issues that touch on short-term versus longer-term, perhaps some more low-hanging fruits versus structural changes, which are deeper and touch on more longer-term conclusions. And then here it comes more the political economy of all of this, no? So there are a lot of desirable plans, and the plans that sometimes are, being drafted in controlled environments. But then when you contrast that with the current scenario and the governance challenges that the next government is going to be facing, what is out there? What are the headwinds? What are the tailwinds? And where do you see all of these playing out in terms of a credible plan that is doable in the short, medium, and long term? So your thoughts? Yes, please.
I could start. I was going to say, well, over the past 5 years, there have been 5 chancellors, and from a news perspective, that's great fun. Keeps me really busy. So I'm kind of, it's interesting to see what it could look like actually for a bit of stability in that sense. Someone who will go in at number 11 and stay there for a while, not be kind of tempted to do fiscal statements and new budgets that tweak at the edges of lots and lots and lots of small measures. And if Labour do as they say, they want to have one budget a year. We'll see what that looks like. But this idea of a bit less, just like a lower cadence of fiscal news, and just what that might look like to have some time to allow for a more longer-term vision to start to build. If there is that big majority, if there is just one person and one team kind of there for a while doing it, what that might look like. The other thing is also, just to back to your point about the focus on free trade, I think that's one of the things that has felt quite noticeable about the UK over the past couple of years, is that lots of governments have been thinking about taking a much more activist approach. We've seen more protectionism. There's lots of economists who are very concerned about that. But if that is the world we're in, there is a serious question to ask about how you think about economic security, how you think about national security, where the government can take a bit of a more forceful role than it is taking, and not leave everything up to free market. So just the extent to which a mindset shift over a period of time could also lead to some other changes. And I don't think that there is anything about the UK that makes international investors inherently run away. I mean, it could be so much worse than it is. I think there is ability for civility for that money to come in. Investors are looking for projects, and with some of what we said already about kind of offering a long-term vision, about knowing what that will look like, and a real commitment that won't change very quickly, we could see some of that come in. But yeah, that's one of the kind of like the hopeful, I guess I would say, things about the possibility of one chancellor in 5 years as opposed to 5 in 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, but building on that, so I was sort of doom laden at the start. Let me be optimistic for the rest of the talk. I saw some people shaking their heads, by the way, when I said inequality was down. That's probably, it is down. Check the resolution figure, resolution foundation numbers. It's because of wealth inequality, so the amount of money people have got in their bank accounts. I was talking about people's wages. And what we actually have is the household sector itself is in fairly good condition, household leverage, so the amount of debt. Of course, huge inequality, but what I'm saying is there are lots of quite well-off households, and the savings rate is quite high. What that means in a macro sense, in a pure macro sense, is we actually have a bit of space for, from the better off households, a bit of consumption-led growth. And there's nothing wrong with that. We often lionize export-led growth or investment-led growth. But consumption is the biggest slice of the pie when you split GDP by expenditure, and so that would be good. So removal of uncertainty might help with the household sector. The second thing I think it could do is, and the government will have to be very careful here, and this is the first tension they'll face, which is changing the fiscal rules and dealing with the OBR. So to jump back, and for students or people who don't know the UK system, basically before 2010 we didn't have a fiscal watchdog. We ended up with the highest deficit in the G20. We brought in a fiscal watchdog, the OBR. It's pretty well respected. It was built on well-respected norms around the world. We're now in this catch-22 situation with the OBR, where essentially you don't get very much of a kick, for the reasons Tim has said, because it's such a small amount of the overall economy, when you do some government investment. But you do get a bit more debt, and so you kind of can't invest because the OBR rules say that over 5 years you can't have debt to GDP going up.
It's not the OBR rules, though, is it?
It's the government's interpretation. It's the government's rule. The OBR's forecast. It's the combination of the fiscal rule, which is the government's, and the OBR's forecast. So what they'll have to do, I think, ahead of the autumn statement, is be very clever about that. I'm not sure whether they'll change the fiscal rule, but you can do things like, for example, Tim talked about, and some people may see this as dodgy accounting. I don't think it is. I think it makes good sense. Say you build a new national infrastructure body, you can do things like ask the government to stand behind that, to ensure its debt, for example. Strictly speaking, that is a risk. That's what you'd call an off-balance sheet liability. But it also is a way of essentially, a more positive way of doing it is saying it's a kind of third way. It's a way of crowding in the private sector. And it's something which doesn't automatically jack up your debt to GDP, but it might get the private sector investing more. So I think that's the kind of, they'll be criticised for it being kind of too finicky, I think, but that's the sort of thing the government will need to do to get more bang for their buck, I should say, punch for their pound on investment.
So I think that Richard laid the ground, Tim, for perhaps discussing a bit more public finances health and public finances outlook and the way in which an institution, for instance, such as the National Infrastructure Body, could actually mobilize private sector investment, but also how would the role of government incentives and government resources are going to be included in the plan, no?
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about what I think can be done on that. But let me respond to something Isha said, because I think there's a kind of paradox of stability, which is that when you've got a 5-year horizon and everyone believes in it, you can afford to be a bit more disruptive. And it's getting that balance right between being able to do radical change because you've got that horizon and people not interpreting that as wasting the stability. So I think that's the difficult balancing out. So let me give you an example. This will just reveal me to be a terrible nerd because I spend longer than is good for me thinking about fundamental tax reform in the UK. And my dream would be, and I'd wake up joyfully if I had that dream, that the government would finally get round to tidying up what is a terrible mess, which is the UK tax system. I'm not going to start giving you lots of points of detail, but that's an example of something the government could do on day one The advantage of doing it as a comprehensive tax reform is that you'd be able to have packages. Packages are much harder for politically to be unpicked. If someone says, I'm going to revalue council taxes, everybody's going to rally around and start lobbying on that issue. But if you offer a package of reform of which that's a component, people are going to, it's not being sneaky, people are going to find it much harder to say, am I a gainer or a loser? You're playing on the several levers on the tax system. So it has to be comprehensive reform. But some people might say, that's a very disruptive thing to do. And you can only do it if you've got a long time horizon. So I think the government is going to have to think about that, particularly in the fiscal space, how far they want to tidy up the mess they've inherited. And it's a mess that's been going on for a while. It began under the previous Labour government. It got worse after the 2010 financial crisis when various other bits and pieces were introduced. The other thing is, and I'll respond to something Richard said here, you should never allow accountants to run an economy any more than you should allow accountants to run firms. And the problem is, when you talk to people in government about the strategic plays that economists would say that are important, you get accountancy thrown back at you. Like, this has to count towards the public debt because some bureaucrat somewhere gave us the formal definition. So, for example, one thing I'm particularly in favour of is to have a mass securitization scheme for the installation of air source heat pumps, so that people who want to buy an air source heat pump can essentially lease one. There would be a publicly funded pot of money available, underwritten by the government. Now, that sounds like a great scheme, but the accountants come back and say, well, that's just public debt. So that's going to look as if the government is increasing the deficit, because there's fundamentally a trilemma. Paul Johnson spoke very eloquently about this during the election campaign. We're either going to have to increase the public debt, or cut spending, or raise taxes. Watch this space. One of those three things, or probably a combination of all three things, are going to happen. But there are creative ways of raising debt for purposes that are clearly long-term investment. And we have to get away from the accountants telling us we can't do it because it belongs in a column on the spreadsheet or the balance sheet. So I think it's very important we get away from that. And that we are bold enough, and this again is disruption from stability, to think about the fiscal rules we really want and make economic sense, not accounting sense, and work with those.
Thank you. I think we've reached the time for the 5 minutes, okay, for the Q&A. Perfect. So, Isha, you spoke a bit about more geopolitics and trade, and there's a lot of elements that we can put into that mix. There's free trade post-Brexit, but there's also this deglobalization, fragmentation, now the UK being part of the CPTPP, and all of these new supply chains and nearshoring, etc. How do you see this playing out as a role for the UK economy to consider, and to consider its new role in the new ecosystem of global trade?
Well, I think the first thing is to think about the rest of the world more. You know, today I was actually at a conference, and it was in Portugal, and there's so many elections going on, and like almost no one wanted to talk to me about the UK election. People are interested in the French election, they're interested in the US election. They were like, you know, some people there from Germany, and I'm like, it's just not in our papers at all. And so I think part of it is actually just re-engaging much more strongly to make sure that the UK does have a strong place in that. I think it's impossible to ignore that right now the US and China are constantly back and forth. That won't change regardless of who wins the next election in the US. You know, that is one of the areas that both Republicans and Democrats seem to be moving in the same direction on. The European Union is trying to find its place in that role. There's many other countries thinking about that fragmentation. There are real risks there, and the question is, okay, well, where does the UK sit? What does it try to do? Who is it engaging with? What do those strategic relationships look like? I don't have the answers to that. I'm grateful it's not my job to know those answers, but I think more than anything, it is about engaging strongly with the rest of the world and these really serious, difficult questions. I mean, we have spent a lot of time in this country looking very inward. Part of that was we kind of had to. The Brexit referendum meant that years were just put into trying to figure out that relationship, and it got a little navel-gazy. So it's kind of time, I think, or more than time, to look outward again.
But we importantly, because we can combine looking inward on trade, for example, it's a point you made. But just to remake it for the audience, we combine looking inward, because we're looking inward, we don't actually sort of understand what other countries do. And the US is way more protectionist than the UK and has a way clearer, to your point, Tim, strategy on things that it's going to invest in and then procure. Whereas in the UK, we'll sort of come up with a vague plan, we're going to do something, and then we'll just procure it completely internationally, which is brilliant if you're the purest free trader. Look, I was economics editor of The Economist. I'm a free trader. I don't think that doesn't mean you can't have a sensible procurement strategy from your government that says, listen, for example, we need to build X wind farms across our country, and that's going to mean a lot of procurement from British companies that can do that. I don't think that breaks any. That's what the US does, and they're in the WTO.
And industrial policy is now a sort of trend and
completely
normal in many places.
Yeah.
And also that is linked to that regionalization approach that many countries are
we're behind the curve on what other countries are doing on this stuff.
So I think it's time to take some questions from the audience. Please wait for someone to hand over the microphone to you. If you can say your name, your affiliation, and be brief. Thank you. So here in front, please.
Hi, I'm Joe. I'm an undergrad student here. To be brief, do you think one way of sort of getting out of this accountant mindset that you were talking about is to sort of split the Treasury in two, into an accounting department and an economics department? Thank you.
Short answer, yes. But how it's done, I mean, I was barely around at this time, but in the 1960s, there was an attempt to do exactly that under the Labour government. They set up something called I think it was something like the Ministry of Economic Affairs. This has been an ongoing issue in the UK for a long period of time. There is no place in UK government where systematic economic policy is made. We're very good at managing the public finances by international standards. The question is where that should be done. We have a system in which ministerial power is very important. There are ministers who are very competent and very good at delivering. One could look back over the last 14 years and point out who have been the performers and who have been the weaker ministers. So even if you set up such a department, the question is where would it get its authority from? It's no longer a spending department, so it doesn't have a budget in the way that Treasury controls what goes on in the rest of government. So there's lots of issues around saying, well, that'll all be fine. It's a big problem for the UK that we just don't have such a body, and we never have, for that matter.
There's also, Joe, just a simple problem. Would you do it? Put yourself in the situation. You've been trying to become Chancellor for 5 years, maybe 10 years. On the morning you become Chancellor, you've got this massive job, and you say, I'm going to cut my job in half and have half the job. So maybe the new Labour Chancellor will do it, but she'll do it, towards the end of her tenure. But it's a really good idea. It's what other countries have. They have an economy ministry and a finance ministry, and they don't mix the two. Hard to get it done.
Well, no, I disagree, and I would say as long as that you don't end up in the situation where the economy ministry can't actually implement any decisions because the Treasury ministry is so strong that it still holds the purse strings. So yeah, I don't know how you actually do it, and agree. Very hard to give up power.
Over there, please.
Thank you. My name is Ash Mukherjee, LSE alumnus. My question is for the two professors. What marks would you give the Labour policy on doing the right things for the British economy?
Well, simple answer, we'll have to come back in 5 years. I mean, it's pretty hard now. I mean, to be honest, I think this was talked about in other panels. The manifesto is seriously incomplete, and I'm not blaming Labour for that. No one lays out in great detail exactly what they're going to do. But let me give you an example. They want to fix the planning system. They're not very specific in the manifesto about exactly what that means and who's got to do what to make that happen. So we'll know in 5 years, have they fixed the planning system? But we won't know it for a while.
Here, please.
Hi, I'm Solomon. I'm from the LSE. My question is directed at Professor Besley. I was wondering if you kind of accept Professor Davies' supposition that inequality has been reduced between the 10th percentile and the median due to minimum wage, with only 5% of people on minimum wage. I'd be interested if you think that is the main factor, other than ignoring things like housing, which has also drawn that part of the economy closer together economically.
So Richard is completely right on the facts. If you look at the standard measure of inequality, the Gini coefficient, what you would see is it increased at the end of the 1980s, at the end of the Thatcher period, 1988 to 92. It climbs precipitously. It then stabilizes. And then it drifts up towards the end of the 2000s, and absolutely correctly, if you look since 2010, it has been falling. So if you look at the standard measure of inequality, inequality has been falling in the UK. But so I've been part of this review called the Deaton Review, looking at inequality in the UK. So we ran some surveys and tried to figure out what people think, as opposed to what the IFS or the Resolution Foundation tell them they should think, because they show them the data. The one thing that comes out very strikingly from that there are certain kinds of inequality that really bug people, one of which is regional inequalities. So if you look in the UK, many people get very upset by what they perceive to be an unfair allocation of resources across the UK. Now that's completely missed by that pattern of the Gini coefficient I just gave you. The other is inequalities in power. They're much more intangible. Do I feel I'm listened to? Do I feel I'm respected? These kinds of inequalities people care hugely about, but they're not picked up in the Gini coefficient. The Gini coefficient could be falling, but we could all feel disempowered. So I think we've just got to get away from looking at these single statistic measures and drill down. That doesn't make anything Richard said incorrect. It just means that we have to look at inequality in a much more nuanced way.
Thank you. I think we have a question from online. Please, Carolina. Or Polly, sorry.
It's okay. Parties have run away from talking about the aftermath of Brexit during the election. How can we build a positive relationship with the EU that will impact the UK economy positively?
So it's one very difficult, very, very difficult. So cards on the table, I worked for Stronger In, which was the campaign to keep Britain in the EU, and had quite a clear view on that. And research since here at the LSE has shown what I think is the cleanest analysis of the price impact, which is strongly positive, i.e. coming out of the EU generated inflation. Even with all that, that's my personal background, I don't think anybody should be hoping for or pinning or actually even criticising the new government for an inability to strike some kind of new deal with the EU, because to imagine that, to your point, Isha, is to just completely ignore what's going on with the two most important parties in that deal, which would be Germany and France. For about 30 years in the UK, we've said, oh, let's copy what the Germans do. Their economy is so great. Their economy is now the worst in the G7, so they're not going to be particularly interested in our calls about Brexit. And look at what's going on in France. So we just have to be realistic that step has been taken. In my view, it was a mistake that it was taken. But I don't think I actually don't think that's going to be a massive part of what the government's going to do, because it's just not on the table in Paris or in Berlin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess we started to see some improvements, and I'm forgetting the name of this. The Windsor, okay, we name these things all the time, and I'm like, I've forgotten what the name was, but maybe it was the Windsor Framework or whatever. But just starting to see a more collegiate relationship with the EU allowed some of the things that had been stalled, like Horizon, which matters a lot to universities, start to be resolved. So I think there's room to continue thinking about these smaller like mini deals or deals within the deal. But yeah, I don't anticipate any sort of large overhaul. And, you know, as I said, so much energy was consumed by Brexit negotiations already. I mean, I don't know how many of you would like to return to those days. I don't think I do.
Thank you, and apologies for my equality bias, but I've only seen men asking questions. Is there any woman out there raising? Yeah, over there, in white. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Abad from LSE. You all talked a lot about the increasing active role of the state and industrial policy, and I was wondering if we could get into the specifics of that. Which sectors do you think the Labour Party will focus on, and which sectors do you think they should focus on? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, instinctively, I don't like that framing, because the biggest critique of industrial policy is the so-called picking winners and the arbitrariness of doing so. There are certain objectives that I personally would like the government to follow, including supporting a green transition and thinking about those things which are going to be essential to promote both growth and a cleaner and better environment, more respect for nature. So I wouldn't begin with sectors. I would begin by thinking about where in the economy can the government make most difference with what kinds of strategic policies to achieve those wider strategic goals. The same would come with some attempts, which started under the existing government, to try and think about levelling up. Which areas of the UK would most benefit from increased investment, and what kind of investment could we bring with what type of policies? So I would frame it more that way than I would in terms of, are we going to be the best at producing small nuclear reactors, or whatever some other people might think is the way forward.
I guess I would add also, for thinking about it that way, education down from school through to education that you get while you're in your job. I just think much, much more of that.
And we're running out of time, I know, but we've been stung in Britain by this, and Tim's completely right. We've picked particular sectors and sometimes particular firms to try and save. I do think, and so the wisdom is let's not do that. I think that's generally right. I think there are some areas that are strategic. Again, I'll mention it because it's literally was due to happen on Monday, the coming Monday, the blast furnaces in South Wales to be turned off. That would make Britain the only country in the G7 that can't produce virgin steel. Virgin steel is what you need if you want to make anything to do with military, if you want to make a wind turbine sail, for example. I just don't think that just doesn't seem sensible to me. So I think there are some things, if we believe in the green transition, where we could actually say that on the balance of probabilities, this is an industry we want to keep, and we should have a clear plan for it.
So sadly, we ran out of time. So many topics, so many nuances, so many details. But thank you to our panelists. Thank you for being here. Good night.
Right, hello. Well done for making it this far in the night. You already get a special, if we gave prizes, you would now get a special prize for still being here. We've talked quite a lot about Britain all night, and we're now going to be talking about Britain and the world. Because apparently there is a world beyond Britain. Who knew? Hello, I'm Alexander Evans. I'm a professor in practice in the School of Public Policy. I'm a recovering British diplomat, and I've worked in 10 Downing Street, but PS, didn't go to any parties, didn't get any fixed penalty notices, and I'm pleased to be chairing the panel for tonight on foreign policy. So we've got a terrific panel. So let me just introduce them in the following order, as it were. I'm just saying we've got Professor Ian Begg, who's a specialist on Europe from the European Institute. Welcome. We've got Professor Mick Cox, Director of LSE Ideas and a long-standing stalwart of the International Relations Department here. We've got Professor Stephanie Rickard, Professor of Political Science in the Department of Government, an expert on trade and economic engagement. And we've got Professor Peter Trubowitz, who heads up the Centre for the United States and the World at LSE, and a deep specialist on the United States as well as on international politics. Thank you all for joining us. So look, I'm going to kick off, we're going to explore the issues around how does the international impact or not impact on British elections? And what are some of the challenges for the Labour government coming in off the back of the exit polls we've already seen? We will try and take some questions towards the end. I have to flag the hashtag again. Apparently I have to do that. So there is a hashtag. It's on something called X, if you come across that, formerly known as Twitter, once known as Prince. And the hashtag is hashtag LSEGE24. Please do put your phones on silent. I know it's hard when those TikTok notifications are coming in and all your data is being sucked up into the ether to provide information for marketeers and other governments. But try and see if you can do that briefly.
Which other governments?
Right. So let's turn to our panel. And I think my first question I want to ask is just look. Traditionally, international policy doesn't actually matter that much in elections. Elections don't tend to be fought about the world beyond a national border. They tend to be fought on a range of other issues. So I just perhaps want to ask our panel first about, is that true? And if it is true, should it be different? Ian.
It is true. It should be different. The dog that didn't bark in this election was called Brexit, or maybe put that a different way, the elephant in the room that didn't bark or trumpet, whatever elephants do, was Brexit. And it's puzzling, because it's Brexit, as we heard in the first panel, which is behind the demise of the Tory party. It's Brexit which has defined so much of the politics of the last few years. Where, therefore, do our relations with Europe go? Now, I'm a bit of an interloper in this panel because I am not a foreign policy expert and I'm an economist, which is always a dangerous occupation to have. And to me, Europe was never foreign policy, it was internal policy. So we have this dilemma going on with Europe. We need to try to redefine how the UK relates to Europe, and we don't really have any sense of how either the incoming Labour government, as we now know it will be, or had it been any of the other parties, would have dealt with Brexit or with the future relationship. Very soon, future Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to have to deal with something called the EPC, the European Political Community, which is an attempt to bring together a much wider array of countries across Europe. It will be very intriguing to watch what he does with that, because that's his first test of meeting other European leaders. He will be in the room with Emmanuel Macron, possibly by then smarting with the fact that he has to bring along Jordan Bardella to assist him. How he deals with this will be the first test of his future relations with Europe. He has said he does not want the UK to rejoin the European Union or indeed the single market in his lifetime. He's 60. The actuaries in the room can work out how long that's likely to be. But the suggestion is that for the next generation, Britain stays outside the EU. And we have to therefore think of a new approach to Europe, which is so ill-defined, I really don't know what it is.
Thank you very much. Well, so it should be, but it isn't, is your answer in terms of whether the international plays into elections. But it is an interesting contrast, right, with 2019, because Brexit was such a strong ingredient in that election. Mick, international policy, does it play in elections? Should it?
No or yes and no. I can't remember the order there. The key issues in this election have been immigration, living standards, social services, NHS, and that man we don't want to mention, who, by the way, did mention foreign policy once when he said that he thought we needed to understand Mr. Putin better than we've been understanding him hitherto. And I'm not sure that did him any good. No, there's 3 good reasons, actually, or bad reasons, as to why foreign policy didn't figure very much in this election. And it's not just because British people are not interested. One, because Corbyn is not the leader of the Labour Party any longer. I mean, Corbyn made foreign policy a very distinct position, which he took very clearly, putting aside Brexit and everything else, back in 2019. He had a very clear view on NATO, he had a very clear view on world politics, and it could indeed have lost in votes, who knows. But the very fact that we don't have Corbyn running meant that foreign policy didn't, and you may say that's a good or a bad thing. I'm simply saying that's what I think actually happened. The second reason why it's not been talked about, and Ian has alluded to it, because nobody wanted to talk about the mad person at the top of the room called Brexit. Talk about everything else, but please don't talk about the one thing which could be central to British economic growth over the next 5 years, which is a renewed relationship with the European Union, even if it's not meaning to rejoin the single market and anything else. I also want to suggest a third reason, which might offend some people, actually because basically Britain counts for far less in the world now than it did 5 years ago. In the United States, you have to talk about foreign policy because the United States counts in the world. If you're in China, you talk about foreign policy because China is rising in the world. And in Russia, you don't stop talking about foreign policy. In this country, therefore, I think it tells us a lot about the diminished position of Britain in the world. But let me just make one other point. You may want to escape the world and not talk about it, but the world won't let you escape. And let me just mention 3 quick points, and Peter will no doubt pick on this. 3 external factors are going to shape what's going to happen over the next year or 2. One mentioned already by Ian, that's going to be Europe. We can't get a new growth without a new deal with Europe, whatever that deal is. That's a foreign policy, economic question, whatever you want to call it. Secondly, China and Russia are there. They're not going away. They think they're trying to rechange the world order, and by attempting to reshape that world order, they are therefore bound to have an impact on this country. There's no doubt about it. And finally, Peter will pick up on that. We're all sitting waiting for Donald. And do we want Donald to come? Probably not. But we're not certain. But therefore, what happens across the Atlantic in the United States, and I'm sure people pick up on it, is going to have an enormous impact on what's going to happen in this country. So, yeah, we didn't talk about it for the 3 reasons I gave. I wish we had. It says something about the parochialism of this country, which I think has grown and grown and grown, reinforced, by the way, by the news services in this country, which talks less and less about the world and more about trivia and domestic stuff. And are you a member of the A team or not? Do you get invited to the right parties and all the rest of it? But we need to talk about it because that world's going to come back to haunt us and to shape what happens over the next 2 years.
I think we should make it clear that he wasn't talking about the Prime Minister of Poland.
No, I wasn't talking about the Prime Minister of Poland.
Excellent, Mick, thank you very much. So we've heard that Europe and the relationship with Europe matters. We've heard mention of the United States, and apparently this fellow called Donald. I think that is Donald Trump, right? But just obviously one of the issues that is really important here is this issue about the cost of living, economic growth, stuff at home. And Stephanie, I just wondered, the international economic environment is really material to the UK. The last few years have had a lot of talk about free trade agreements. What's most material here if we're thinking about the international dimension for the UK, and has that featured in the election?
I think free trade agreements matter. We know they matter for the economy, but do voters know that? Can voters connect free trade to their pocketbook? It's not clear. Elections are very rarely won or lost on trade policy, on free trade. And that's true about this election. There's very little open water, ideologically, between the Conservatives and Labour. If you read Labour's manifesto, they make a clear commitment to open trade. They make a clear commitment to the World Trade Organization and their commitments that they've made as part of the new regional trade agreement, CPTPP. So there's not a lot of open water on trade policy between the Conservatives and Labour. It's unlikely that that was a salient issue that anyone cast their votes on. Keir Starmer has ruled out rejoining the EU, but in the manifesto he says, I want to focus on improving our trade relations with Europe. And I think we will see concerted effort on working to improve trade relations with Europe. And there's a lot of ways that that could happen. There's a lot of ways that we could progress. I'd say within the first month of the new government's leadership, they're going to face a really tough foreign economic policy issue. And that is tariffs on China's electric vehicles. And that's going to pull them in many different directions. They're going to have to decide, do we align with the EU and the US? Do we align with China? Do we respond to our domestic automotive industry? And that's an issue that they're going to have to deal with right away, that voters will be watching and aware of. It doesn't mean they cast their vote on it, but it means it's a salient issue for voters in their pocketbook.
Thank you for that. And you know, as you say, there's sort of salient choices in a world that is deglobalizing. Some of these debates about trade barriers, the geopolitics of regulation as well. Choices like those on electric vehicles are material. Peter, the United States, apparently it's still quite a big factor in the world. So if we peer across at the transatlantic relationship in particular, obviously a lot will pivot on the US election. Has that played at all in this election process here? And you know, given we are looking at an incoming Labour government, given some of the debates about potentially advantage Trump in the American election, what are some of the implications for transatlantic relations?
So, the US has not figured in the election here. I was listening to the summary of the key issues at the outset, and Mick summarized them as well. Immigration, healthcare, jobs, the economy. But just because domestic policy dominated the election, I think doesn't mean that the election won't really matter for UK foreign policy. I think that to just start off with, Starmer's going to come in and face a trade-off. And the trade-off is going to have to do with the reemergence, the resurfacing, the intensification of geopolitics on the one hand, and a strong desire in this country to focus on the domestic side. So he's going to have to somehow figure out how to navigate that, address those geopolitical issues in a very cost-effective way. And here's where the US figures in, because his ability to do that and how much running room he has, I think, will be shaped in part by the outcome in November. If it's Donald Trump, he's going to have to lean more heavily on the geopolitical side, that is Starmer. He's going to have to figure out, he's going to have to invest more, at least diplomatically, and maybe economically, in security issues, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's national defense, the two things go together. Because I think we can assume that Trump will push back on America's international commitments. He will complicate the special relationship as well. If Trump ends up being the president in November. So I think the thing is that this election is kind of, in a way, it's like a classic problem of statecraft where you're facing intensifying an increasingly dark geopolitical environment, but you're also facing domestic pressures to focus at home. And that's a kind of whipsaw. You're cross-pressured. And what the U.S. does will affect how tight, I think, or how intense that cross-pressure is.
Thank you, Peter. And look, one thing that people often don't know about an incoming Prime Minister in the UK, one of the first tasks they have is to write something called letters of last resort. I see a show of hands. Anybody heard of that in the room? few people, so we're talking about maybe a third, quarter of a third of people in the room. For those who haven't, these are the letters that are written to nuclear submarine commanders in the UK to advise them what the Prime Minister's instruction would be in the event of the UK being no longer in existence, and them having to decide whether they would, or them receiving instructions from the Prime Minister about whether to launch nuclear missiles or not, or to take alternate choices. It doesn't get much play in public, but actually that's one of the consequential decisions for an incoming Prime Minister, what to write in 4 sealed letters that go to these submarines. Can I just ask the panel generally? Obviously, a lot of the debate that there has been about defence expenditure has been a debate in a transatlantic and NATO context about NATO lifting defence expenditure. It's been there in a European context about properly amalgamating and being more coherent in terms of defence procurement. There is that trade-off, right? That every dollar, euro or pound that goes into defence, some of that may have a beneficial wider economic effect, but it's money that won't go into the NHS or into infrastructure or into education. A lot of that baseline discussion has been about a figure of 2.5%. Radek Sikorski, the Polish foreign minister, gave a speech last Saturday when he talked about the fact that the Poles, I think, have already reached 4%. And actually his argument was perhaps across Europe and across NATO, there will need to be a very different debate about what level of defence expenditure will be required to reflect, Peter, as you say, that much more turbulent geopolitical world. So I just wonder what panel members think. Perhaps, Stephanie, perhaps if I come back to you first. I mean, how much have we priced in potential further demands for defence expenditure, be they driven by transatlantic pressures or just driven by geopolitics and the war in Ukraine?
You're absolutely right. There's bigger pressure. I don't think it's priced in. And it's not just pressure on defence spending, it's pressure across a range of spending. Labour have committed to funding a new industrial policy. That means big spending on subsidy programs. That's not priced in. And so we know, particularly when it comes to procurement, Labour has committed to saying we want to see more bi-national policies. It's hard to buy national when you're buying defense programs, when you're buying big ticket defense items. So I expect to see going forward the Labour government really struggling with this budget constraint, thinking about where to put their pounds, thinking about whether to put that in procurement, whether to put that in industrial policy. But regardless, I think we're going to see more and more pressure in both defense spending and industrial policy for bi-national programs, where the government will say, we want to buy your tanks, your arms, your cars, but they have to be using UK-made products, they have to be manufactured in the United Kingdom. And in effect, that's raising barriers to trade. So I think one of the changes we'll see under the new government is an increase in protection, an increase in trade barriers, and that could show up in defence spending.
So, thank you. Ian, perhaps can I come to you as well? Because obviously some of that debate is about burden sharing across Europe and burden sharing within NATO. But do you have a similar take to Stephanie on this or not?
No, I think we get obsessed with the GDP ratio. We're told it should be a minimum of 2%. Now it's going to be a minimum of 2.5%. Radek Sikorski is saying 3.5% to 4%. But what are we buying with that? And this is where I think the big question that troubles the Americans comes in. Now, I should let slip a secret here. I was talking to a former national security advisor just the other day about this. We have aircraft carriers that can barely get beyond Portsmouth before they break down. We have an Ajax armoured personnel carrier that's so far ahead of budget that it's, or behind on its budget, that it's unviable. We have ships, very few ships for which they can't provide the sailors. We have an army incapable of recruiting. And the message that's going out to our allies is forget what percentage of GDP you're spending on defence. What you're buying doesn't have, to use a French expression, the force de frappe you want. Especially when you see you do your nuclear test and it falls into the sea like a North Korean missile.
Thank you, Ian. And Mick, what do you think? I mean, this issue of
I totally agree with Ian, but I mean, it gets on to my third point. I mean, one of the reasons why foreign policy or strategy in general has not figured so much in this election is because, in fact, at the end of the day, Britain now counts for less in the world. and Ian has just outlined it in some detail on the military side. But Brexit itself was a diminution of Britain's position in the world, how it's seen from the outside. It's all very well people within the Tory party saying, aren't we doing well? Travel. Get outside of these islands and ask people, what did you think of Brexit? And they don't think very much. And one of the reasons they don't think very much, because they think it simply diminished Britain's influence in the world. The United States, at least the Obama administration, was completely opposed to the UK leaving the EU. But it does raise that much larger question, that if our position in the world is less, our footprint in the world is less, that may be better. I mean, maybe we do want to stop talking about special relationships with the United States. To use that old phrase of Douglas Hurd. Anybody here remember Douglas Hurd? We punch above our weight. Perhaps we do want to be, let's say, like a larger version of Ireland. You know what I mean? So therefore we don't have all these pretensions about being a world player. But for all sorts of historical reasons to do with empire and the Cold War and everything else, we have those pretensions. The problem is we're not prepared to pay for them, and we're not prepared to pony up. And politicians in this election, by the way, hardly mention those issues at all. Not just mentioning not foreign policy, but how much would it cost, and what difference would it make to our domestic priorities as well? Because there'll be a trade-off between guns, if you like to use the old-fashioned phrase, guns versus butter, or guns versus putting money into the National Health Service. And nobody wanted to talk about it. This was the great election of avoidance on nearly every single issue, I think.
So Nick, thanks. I mean, although there's an interesting contrast here, but just before the election was announced, Rishi Sunak gave a speech called at very short notice at Policy Exchange, but focused almost entirely on foreign affairs and national security.
Yep.
David Lammy then gave a speech at the Institute for Government that set out a much more detailed agenda than you would perhaps expect from a shadow foreign secretary on a Labour agendaing government. But obviously, a lot of this will come down to monies as well as framing. But perhaps, Peter, I mean, this issue, obviously, the UK and the US are very close, but they have differed at times. Remember, it's the Australians, not the British, who've been to war with the Americans more consistently since 1945. Remember, we stepped away from Vietnam. We were there in Korea. But when the United States sometimes has wanted outcomes from Britain, the Brits have strangely chosen to do their own thing. This whole July 4th independence thing gets in the way sometimes. But Peter, what do you think about these choices around, to what extent does the UK have enough strategic autonomy to make choices that might differ from a US administration at all?
Well, I mean, I think one of the threads in the conversation here is just that that Britain is really constrained. It has to figure out in the foreign policy domain how to do more with less. And I would not be at all surprised if this government ends up stressing the contribution it can make to Europe in the area of nuclear deterrence. It's a very cost-effective way to contribute to security. This is a card the United States, many American administrations have played this card. When there was a desire not to spend much on conventional forces, when there was a guns-butter trade-off, was to stress more the substitute, in effect, nuclear deterrence and nuclear weapons. And in the context of the pressure coming from Russia, what's going on in France, there's the debate in Germany about relying more, there was recently, and relying more on the force de frappe, France's nuclear capability. I mean, given the political direction in France, that seems less likely now to me. So I think actually a smart move for this country might be to offer that kind of protection in return for something, maybe better trade terms, and to essentially take advantage of, I think, Britain's comparative advantage, which is in the security side, to try to improve, to get something back maybe economically from the EU that would help address the domestic concerns at the same time in this country. I mean, that's a different type of statecraft for Britain. It's not global Britain, I suppose, but it is. It's a way to kind of, I think, navigate the constraints that I mentioned before of intensifying geopolitical pressure. It involves the US and China, that rivalry, what's going on in the Ukraine, and at the same time address or be attentive to the domestic concerns here.
Peter, thanks very much. And obviously, as a securocrat, all this talk of fear and horror and anxiety warms the very sinews of my heart. But I think it's also important to think about some of the global good issues and the sort of more positive and progressive agenda. We've heard Labour talk about a much greater emphasis on climate. We've heard about the continuing commitment on Ukraine. We also heard Labour talk about a renewed emphasis on soft power. Indeed, they've said that they would set up a council for soft power for the United Kingdom. So I was curious, perhaps, Stephanie, I mean, soft power, does soft power count for as much as trade agreements, or do you think that's, how much substance do you think there might be in that pitch?
There's not a lot of substance, but soft power matters, right? I mean, the UK has a lot of soft power. And you see it when you travel, when you leave the UK, in terms of all of these cultural icons that the UK has that are out there that are exporting. So it does matter. But it's not a substitute for good foreign economic policy. Right? It's not. And so I think this incoming government is going to struggle with using their foreign economic policy in a way that promotes economic growth. I think the next government has to be laser focused, really on promoting economic growth at home. Does soft power achieve that? Probably not. Can trade policy achieve that? Yes, in part it can. Can industrial policy achieve that? Maybe. But I think all of the foreign economic policy choices the next government make need to be laser focused on growing the British economy, with the caveat that there are international constraints imposed on foreign policy choices by membership in the World Trade Organization, by membership in this new regional trade agreement, the CPTPP. Labour's committed to their membership in these agreements. These agreements do pose some constraints on what the new government can do with their foreign economic policy, but within those constraints, this government, beyond sort of the soft power, the squishy stuff, has to make hard policy choices to grow the domestic economy.
So Stephanie, thank you. By the way, there's long been a tradition of debate on foreign policy, Britain's foreign policy, between declinocrats and dizzy optimists, right? And so what's interesting is most politicians don't tend to be quite as bleak as perhaps Mick, the pitch that you make out, because most, generally political leadership of countries...
But they don't necessarily tell the truth.
Politicians
are.
I'm horrified. Really, is that true?
I mean, no, but I mean, look, politicians are politicians, and they have to do what they want to do in order to get elected. I'm fully aware of what they do, but I mean, our point here, if I can use the old-fashioned phrase, trying to talk truth to power, at least talking some level of truth. And the reality is that our position in the world has declined, our position in Europe has declined, our leverage in the United States has declined. And, we're facing, a series of challenges around the world for which we are not even prepared to have an open debate. I know they had those two speeches, but reading those speeches, it didn't seem to me they're engaging with the kind of threat, and also the level of dependency we still have on the United States. At the end of the day, what will happen in Washington in November is going to probably have a bigger impact on our foreign policy than this election itself. So is that decline enough for you?
I feel I know where you might sit on that spectrum. Yeah. I do want to open it up to questions, but I want to just raise one other issue, of course, which is climate. Yeah. Climate is a really strong mobilising issue for younger people. It readily comes up in sort of opinion survey polling in the UK. Labour have indicated they're going to engage on climate. I just would like a quick indication from all of you. I mean, how much do you think a renewed emphasis on climate it can be sort of made purposeful, as it were, by Labour and contribute to a global solution and a European solution? Ian?
Potentially, yes. But what several countries across Europe are now finding is that the shift to net zero, which they all seem to think is ideal, is painful.
Yeah.
And the reason it's painful is that it incurs costs, and those costs tend to be quite unevenly distributed. So there is some economics in all this, after all. The cost element is a key part of it, and that's about the timing. You can say, yes, net zero by 2050. Sounds like a great ambition. But then you look at the intermediate steps and say, well, wait, can we do this by 2030? Why don't we shade that to 2035? And there isn't going to be a large amount of money around to invest in climate change. So I think it's not going to be an easy one to use as the mechanism to persuade young people and even other countries that we are on the right side.
Ian, thank you. Mick?
Well, unless I've been reading the wrong newspapers, and I normally do, haven't both parties
The
been...
Sun supported Labour.
Is that your paper of choice? Okay, I didn't realise. Sorry, Ian, I misjudged you for the last 20 years. It seems to me that both parties have been retreating on this, haven't they? Rather rapidly. Both the Conservative Party and indeed even the Labour Party have been pulling back from promises made at COP26 and in Glasgow, and for the economic cost, and because they simply don't want to push ahead, particularly in the security environment we're now in. Because the security environment, people start to, well, maybe we won't be able to get our gas from Russia, or we'll get our oil. And, all the supply routes are problematic because of what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea. Maybe we do need, therefore, to focus even more on, domestic supplies of energy. And where does most of that energy come from? I know there's a lot of, wind, and there's lots of other stuff as well, but it's still going to be fossil. So I do feel that in this election, I understand politicians, I'm not totally cynical about them, they've retreated from it, and I would just be very interested to see what the Labour Party actually does on climate. What that means, however, is the gap between aspiration from people who've been talking about climate emergency and what governments are going to do is going to grow and grow and grow. And that gap, I think, will raise big questions of legitimacy and even on soft power as well, particularly with younger people.
Mick, thanks very much. Stephanie, do you think climate, is there scope for UK climate leadership in this space, or at least for UK climate partnership with other actors in this space? You mentioned EV decisions earlier, for example.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of space both for Britain to lead on climate and for new partnerships on climate. And there are two things I'm going to be watching for to see if Labour is credibly committed to the environment. The first I've already mentioned. Just today, the EU announced tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles of 38%. The US has already imposed tariffs of 100% on Chinese electric vehicles. So Britain now finds themselves stuck between Brussels and Washington as an economy without tariffs on Chinese EV vehicles. So Labour's going to have to make a decision quickly.
Is that good or bad for the climate?
Well, I mean, right? I think that's the trade-off. Labour's commitment to the environment will be revealed by the decision they make on this issue. They're going to be pulled by the US, by EU, by China, by the domestic auto industry, and by environmentalists and their commitment to climate. They're going to have to make a decision fast, and that will be very telling on how committed they are to the environment. The second issue is whether or not they're going to align with the EU's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM. They've said they might create their own. Whether or not they align with the EU will be really telling, again, on how they balance climate versus international relations.
Stephanie, thank you. So, Peter, we've heard terrible geopolitical climate. Can the UK lead on climate, yes or no? What do you think?
I think the answer here is going to depend a lot on what happens in November. So if Donald Trump gets elected, I think there's an opportunity for the UK to lead on climate, because he certainly won't be. If a Democrat gets elected, there'll be an opportunity to partner.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's open it up in the room. Who would like to ask a question? I'm going to go up to the gentleman up there, please. Can I suggest we take two or three questions, and we'll come back to the panel. So, obviously, if you can offer a question rather than a speech disguised as a question, that always goes down well at LSE.
I'll do my best. I'm just going to try to ask this tactfully. We spoke a lot about Ukraine, but I wanted to forward over to Taiwan. Is Taiwan a priority for the UK? And if it is, how might a competitive advantage in nuclear deterrence impact their ability to conventionally respond to a Chinese invasion in 2027?
Wonderful, thank you very much. So Taiwan and invasion risk. Sir, the gentleman up in the middle there, and then we'll come down here. Thanks. Yes, sorry, just up there. Thanks.
Also a question about China.
basically the Conservatives have been in power since the China challenge has become an actual major concern over the last 14 years. And it maybe makes more sense or it's more natural for a center-right party to be sort of resistant to foreign influence or sort of more skeptical of a foreign power like China. How do you expect the new government, especially as a left party, to message to voters the reason they should be aligning with the West on the China challenge? What incentive does the UK have to go along with the West and the US in resisting Chinese influence, and how is Labour going to communicate that incentive to voters? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So China, and then down to the lady here in the white. Thanks. And I think Mike coming in from the other side.
Thanks. I'm Rose Bulgreen. I'm a journalist from the New Arab. We haven't yet talked about the Middle East and what we might expect a Labour government to do with the region, not just in terms of the ongoing Gaza war, but also how Labour might deal with Saudi Arabia, with Iran. And I mean, we've seen their policy so far hasn't differed that much from the Conservative government in terms of approaching Israel, which has potentially cost them some of their traditional voters. So I'd be interested to hear from the panel, what we might expect Labour to do with the Middle East.
Super, thank you very much. Well, let's come back to the panel. So sorry? We'll come back there in a minute, Caroline. So just let's come on China, two variants on China, and the question about the Middle East and including Iran. Ian, any thoughts on the China one, perhaps, or Middle East?
I'm going to be very blunt in this and say that I would not expect any significant change in UK policy towards China, and moreover, that policy will depend very much on the American stance.
Thank you, Mick.
Well, yeah, I agree with Ian. I mean, even on the Middle East question, take that up. I mean, in the end, it seems to me that the UK, the Labour Party may be under more pressure, particularly more pro-Palestinian, if you wish, but there's a very strong core from pro-Israel too within the Labour Party as well, particularly in the shadow of Corbynism and all of that left behind. So wouldn't leave that out. But I think in the end, I think their policy will largely pursue that, which has been pursued by the Biden administration. This is why the November election, as Peter comes back to time again, is so important. Because if Biden doesn't get elected, or Trump does, put it another way, then all bets are off. Because we know what Trump thinks on both the Israel question, the Palestinian question, what he's never said on the settlements and all the rest of it. You could say that Biden has at least tried to plough some kind of middle course, but even that's problematic. So a lot of this is going to come back. And I don't think Britain will want to be out of step with the United States on this. I mean, in that sense, there is still a kind of special relationship. I wouldn't want to say that, because that goes right back to the Suez Crisis of 1956. Don't disagree with the Americans on key fundamental questions, and the Middle East for them is a fundamental question. And if Trump were to get elected, I think that's going to pose huge problems, by the way, for the Labour government as to how to deal with the Trump, particularly on the Middle East, because the nature of opinion in this. In this country. On China, very quickly, we once had a golden era. Do you remember the golden era? I was around at the time of the golden era, and it was fun. It didn't last, however, you may have noticed. However, it's not just the China challenge, and I take your point. I mean, I'm not naive about China, believe me. But there's also a thing called the Chinese economy. And I don't want to kind of come, burst into a kind of a cliche. The challenge is also, by the way, an economic opportunity. And I don't see too many businesses in this country wanting to disentangle themselves as rapidly as possible from the China market. And you don't see too many German companies wanting to do that. You want to kind of, have a different kind of relationship to the relationship we had that was there before. But still there is a China economy. And, I can't see any government, Labour or Conservative entirely, wanting to break that relationship and decouple from it. They want to de-risk it, to use the old cliche. They don't want to decouple from it, because China's just economically too important, economically in the world, and for Britain and for Europe and for the United States to break from. And that's going to be the great dilemma for the whole of the Western world, how to deal with something which is both a challenge, but is at the same time with which we are deeply integrated at the same time.
Mick, thanks very much. Now, obviously, we had two questions on China. We also have a two-finger on China. So, Ian, you want to come in very quickly, and I'll come to Stephanie. One simple statistic: the UK exports more to Ireland than to China.
It does. I'm very pleased to hear that.
Stephanie.
I'm going to take the
Doesn't make
Taiwan
any
question,
sense.
but with a slightly different angle. The UK finds itself in a difficult position on the Taiwan-China question because they've joined this new trade agreement, CPTPP, which is primarily a regional agreement, and both Taiwan and China are trying to get in. And now, as a member of this agreement, the UK has a say in whether or not these countries get in. So that puts them in a very, very difficult position. But ironically, the CPTPP, the genesis of the idea was the US trying to form an alliance of countries to counterbalance China. Now the US is out, Trump took them out, China's trying to get in, and the UK finds himself in this difficult position of having to decide not only do we let Taiwan in, do we let China in? So they're going to face a lot of pressure from the US, from the EU, from China and Taiwan. So it's a really difficult issue for the new government.
Stephanie, thank you. Peter.
So on the two China questions, on the hypothetical of China moving on Taiwan, I mean, I think the issue here is the U.S. response. The U.S. would not be looking for British military support in any significant way. I think what it would be looking for from its allies is a very united position economically to put the screws to China in response. There's a big if here, and that's how the United States would respond. And again, this goes back to, or takes us back to the November election. On the question of kind of Britain and should it fall in line or follow the US on China, I think here the issue is, does the leadership, does Labour, does Starmer want voice in Washington, or does he want better commercial relations with China? I mean, I think that's where this kind of shapes up. That's what it's about. And my guess is he'll want more voice in Washington.
Peter, thanks very much. Now, there wasn't much time for foreign affairs and international policy in the election campaign. There's also not much time left for this panel, but I think it's worth mentioning one thing that is always worth reminding ourselves, which is surprise. Almost every British government, like most governments internationally, deal with international crises and surprises, and that sort of sucks up the oxygen in the room and can, again, defray from all the issues that have been raised here and trying to maintain a sense of singular direction. Can I ask you to thank our brilliant panel for staying up late? This meant we had Peter, Stephanie, and we can all now get a drink. Thanks very much. Where is everyone?
They're going to get dressed.
They've only just got. Is that on? I think it might be. Do we also have a competing panel right now? Yeah, there's one on climate change. Hasn't really been a climate change election. No, it hasn't. Although the Caribbean suggests maybe it should.
Excellent. Okay, guys, let's crack on. What an exciting evening it is. It's always interesting to be underneath a landslide, unless you're a Conservative politician, I guess. But it's been an absolutely seismic event electorally in the UK tonight, and we are going to explore some of the, if you like, media issues around this. That how did this happen? What did people know? And how might they have been influenced by external forces, if you like, by media, by social media, by the algorithms of the social networks out there? I've got a fantastic panel here today. They are an absolute brains trust around media and democracy. And obviously we're going to focus particularly on the UK election because that has happened in a big way tonight. But I think it'd be really interesting, especially because we've got lots of international colleagues from different places tonight. So I think it's quite interesting to think about this in a comparative way as well. So I've got Julie Passetti, who is the Professor of Journalism at City University, but has done so much in her life in a sort of activist and research and campaigning and journalistic way around issues around technology and news media and democracy. I've got Dame. Helen Margaret. No, not yet.
You've
you must
promoted
be.
me.
No, right. Okay. We should get there. Anyway, we've got Helen Margaret, who's from the Oxford Internet Institute and also works with the Alan Turing Institute, who is absolutely our research expert on computational journalism and more broadly the role of AI in society. And to my right, my colleague and friend Nick Anstead, who's a professor in the Department of Media and Communications, where he teaches and researches political communication. So my first question to you, and I'm going to start over there on the physical right, is when you looked at this experience of the current British election, in a way, we were all told that there were going to be deep fakes. We were going to be told that the Russians would, bot us to death in support of reform and so on. And yet it seems to have been rather not the AI election. Every election we're told it's the Twitter election, it's the Facebook election. Yeah. And we were told this was going to be the AI election, but at least in the UK, it's not been, has it?
Well, I think it's clearly, as we were saying outside, the Chuck the Tories election. I mean, it's very much about a groundswell of discontent and a lack of trust in traditional political forces, that is, those that have been in power for the past 14 years. I wouldn't say there's been no evidence of concerns around AI and concerns on generative AI in particular, and concerns around bot networks. I mean, we have seen revelations through investigative journalism actually coming from both the ABC in Australia with reference to this election and the BBC through its through collaborations with data scientists from a variety of different universities and civil society organisations, where there has been some evidence of Russia-aligned, I think is as far as you could go, certainly in terms of narrative capture, bot networks that have sought to, in some cases, in the case of 5 Facebook pages that the ABC was able to document in collaboration with computer scientists, promoting reform and denouncing both the Conservatives and the Labour Party. So, I mean, there is some evidence of this kind of behaviour, but it's certainly not been the kind of overwhelming kind of avalanche that was, I suppose, at the beginning of this year and at the end of last year, the subject of enormous concern. But I would caution that doesn't mean this isn't an issue that is going to become more serious, as time goes on. I'll leave it there so that others can have their say. So I think you're right to an extent. This has been very much less of an issue in the UK, but we're seeing evidence of it also surging in global south countries where I do a lot of research, so I'll come back to that.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back to that. Helen, can you give us a bit of a sense of what we know about the sort of structure of disinformation? What do we know about things like, micro-targeting, the Cambridge Analytica myth, that there was this kind of magical technology that would enable us to manipulate voters? What do we know about the structure around this?
Well, we know there's been a lot of hype, and this was certainly supposed to be kind of it was the year of the AI election. As well as being at Oxford, I work at the Turing Institute, which I lead a research program at the Turing Institute, which is the National Institute for Data Science and AI. So I have a foot in both camps, the political science camp and the AI camp. And at the beginning of the year, all these computer scientists were kind of having symposia about AI and democracy. They didn't mean AI and democracy, of course. They meant AI and the next election in the country that they were in.
Right.
And so the UK was no exception, and it was going to be the AI election. I really think that it hasn't been, as you said. Even some of the bots, we're not really sure it was AI, because we've had bots for years. And although you can generate better bots and more bots with AI, it's not absolutely clear. But what I think it has been is the hype about AI election. I think we do have evidence for that, and I explain why. So there's sort of two key ways that AI, two particular ways that AI, the latest generation of AI, is supposed to drive what people think and how they're influenced. So one of them is deep fakes. You mentioned that, and there just haven't been the kind of deep fakes that people expected. We haven't even seen anything as bad as we saw in the London election and the audio deepfake of Sadiq Khan talking about Palestine, which he himself said he thought was very dangerous. We haven't even really seen that. But what we have seen, so we had a survey came out yesterday, if anybody's interested. It's on X. Other social networks available. And what that showed was that around 15% of people report seeing a really harmful or pernicious deep fake, like child pornography or a financial fraud or scam or a really kind of pernicious political deepfake like the Sadiq Khan one. 15% of people. But 90% of people are really worried, very concerned or very concerned about deepfakes like that having a bad effect on all kinds of things, but particularly the political environment. So you've got this big mismatch between what people are experiencing and what they're worried about experiencing. And that's also true when you look at hate speech and abuse, for example. I mean, another way that bots in particular can be used to generate hate and abuse. You see that far more people are really worried about it than experience it. And there are really worrying gender differences there as well, which I might talk about later. And then the other thing that AI was supposed to be really good for was highly targeted, pernicious micro-targeting. Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI, said that was going to destroy democracy, that kind of targeting, which is a bit rich coming from him. And there, I really think we haven't seen it. Micro-targeting is not great in this country. The political parties don't have the same sort of data that they have in the US, for example. The platforms have also tightened up on political targeting. They restrict political parties from targeting on too many characteristics, including the type of characteristics that are supposed to have been used in the Cambridge Analytica data, although in my view there's absolutely no evidence that they made any difference at all, to be honest. We've also done some research at Oxford and the Turing showing that in experiments that the more attributes that you target on, it doesn't get any better. It doesn't get any more persuasive. That actually, even targeting with the kind of maximum number of attributes that you actually could is no more persuasive than the best message of GPT, the most commonly used chatbot. And that's interesting. It shows that the best message of GPT is very good, but it also suggests that targeting has been massively overhyped. And another reason why it's overhyped, I mean, obviously all the political parties have been using political advertising, but a platform like TikTok, which is primarily used by younger people, so if you want to target younger audiences, it's the place to be. You can't, political advertising is not allowed. So there are ways around that. But in general, politicians are reliant on kind of organic content of having built up a follower network. And that's not necessarily the people who have most desire to do the targeting. So, for example, on TikTok, the backbench Labour MP, Zara Sultana, has nearly 500,000. She has more TikTok followers than any of the other MPs. She also gets more hate than any of the other MPs, by the way, as a Muslim woman. So she's got 500,000 followers on TikTok and has a chance to sort of influence what's going on. Rishi Sunak, at least at the start of the campaign, had 14,000. So there's not a load you can do with that, really, to be honest, particularly with respect to targeting. So.
And just a quick follow-up, just to sort of follow up so people who may not understand the difference in organic and other forms of traffic. The point is you see stories about I saw a story today about there are 1 billion messages from Russian bots supporting reform. But they're just messages compared to organic shares where real people have actually messaged. So there's a difference. It's not just about the numbers, is it?
Well, organic, yes, they haven't got lots of followers. They can sort of try and pass. I'm not saying they don't make a difference,
sure.
Bots. I mean, other research that one of my PhD students is doing is showing how bots do actually influence activist networks like Black Lives Matter, for example, that they do have an effect on the conversation.
Yeah.
But yes, it's not targeted.
Not all clicks are equal. Not all clicks are equal.
Yeah.
Nick, we've heard that this may not be entirely the AI media election. What kind of media election was it?
That's a good question. Well, let me start by making the really important observation, which probably should be made at this point, which is that political science research will tell you that election campaigns do not matter, or they matter only in the most minimally statistically insignificant way. So what does matter? What matters probably are what we would call fundamentals. So let me give you the single, I think, anecdotally, I think, the single most important fundamental in this election, which is that real wages in Britain haven't grown since 2008. Right? If you want to understand what's going on, this seems to be a pretty good starting point. You might also look at the type of coalition the Conservatives assembled in 2019, which turned out to be deeply unstable. You might look at the sort of things that Tim Bale was talking about the institutions that select party leaders. Now, this doesn't make communication unimportant, but communication has to, and by communication I mean legitimate and illegitimate, has to exist within the structures created by those fundamentals.
Yeah.
So, if you like, it's a way of turning the question round. instead of saying, what's the impact of this political communication, we might say, how do we situate it within the circumstances created by this fundamental? So let me give you one example of this. Right, the Conservative Party have, I think, pretty objectively run a rubbish communication campaign. And that's sort of not their fault, because what they've done is they've kept looking for a message that sticks, or a message that has some kind of traction, but that makes them appear very inconsistent, very unstable, right? So simultaneously, the Labour Party is this terrible ideological threat to your family's well-being, but they are also a party that has no beliefs.
Yeah.
And that seems entirely contradictory. But actually it isn't if you think of this as just a desperate attempt to find some kind of message that has any kind of traction in a set of political circumstances that are essentially unmanageable for a party in office. So that seems to me one way of understanding that the situation that we've seen in communicative terms. Let's flip that round to the Labour Party. So one of the things I think that you will probably hear people saying about the Labour Party is, have they said very much? And of course the answer is they haven't really said very much, and that might have ramifications for the future, which maybe we can talk about later as well. But it's been a manifestation of what's been termed this Ming vase strategy, which is the Roy Jenkins soundbite about Tony Blair, that he's like a man carrying a priceless Ming vase across a slippery, shiny floor. And this, of course, is the kind of situation that Labour has been in. They've wanted to make themselves as small a target as possible, so the way to do that is to say as little as possible. Yeah. So if you like, that seems to me the defining characteristic of this campaign, is parties struggling to cope with things that were already very fixed.
But this is quite disappointing, right? Because you're a Polcom's professor, right? And you're telling me that this is one of the least mediated elections we've seen for ages, where the media, social media, mainstream media, has been pretty unimportant, actually. And in a way, that might be a good thing. That might be a wonderful thing, I don't know.
No, I'm not saying it's unimportant. I'm just saying it doesn't have effects, or to me it seems that there isn't much evidence. And by the way, of course, one of the interesting things about this conversation is we're doing sort of hot takes, if you like. We don't have evidence, but what we have is pre-existing evidence that those communications don't change the result, but doesn't make them unimportant, right? So let's take the example of Labour again. Labour have developed a strategy that's been very conducive to winning an election, clearly, but what does that strategy then signify about the kind of mandate they've won to do things later on? Will that have lasting impacts? So I wouldn't at all say it's unimportant, but what I would say it's the creation of a wider set of factors.
Okay. Judy, like you, I travel the world, and people, they laugh about, they say, oh, you're worried about deepfakes. We're worried about being shot in the head. We're worried about our newsroom being shut down when we're trying to cover election. But also we're very worried in very marginal places, unstable places, about the overwhelming power of people who are able to use new technologies to message in a way that might shift an election campaign in particular, but also just a general. How does that work, and what are the kind of technologies involved?
Okay, so I work part of the time for City University, where I'm a professor of journalism, and the other half of my working life is being the head of research for the International Centre for Journalists, which ICFJ, as it's known by its acronym, which is a DC-based international NGO focused on independent media development and also issues connected with the safe and free practice of journalism. And so my research particularly over the past decade, has focused on threats that journalists face in their work, so from physical safety to digital security threats to targeted online violence, as we term it, which includes very specifically gendered disinformation as a feature. And this is the environment in which journalists and human rights defenders are operating, not just in countries that we have typically considered to be high-risk environments for, which is what you're referring to, for journalists and news organisations to operate, you know, in authoritarian states. The problem we have is that we do have a global tilt towards authoritarianism. This night is unusual in the current scheme of international politics.
Well done, Britain, for a change.
And I don't think you can separate the ways in which algorithmic clustering, for example, has driven more extreme conduct and which has been considered to be central to events such as the massacre of Rohingya in Myanmar. I mean, that is an argument that the UN is considering. So, based on fairly extensive investigations. So, all this is to say that in the work that I do, in the places where I do research and where I'm connected to journalists who are very much under fire, threatened with death, threatened with rape, threatened with imprisonment in very real contexts, and the whole time trying to do accountability reporting, particularly in the context of elections. So I'm talking about places like the Philippines, South Africa, Georgia, and elsewhere. What I'm saying is that I don't mock people's concern about generative AI and deepfakes because their concern is based on a fear that these tools could make it more likely that they are going to be subject to the kind of violence that they already have experienced. So the physical threat is paramount, but they don't discount the function of particularly the abuse of these kinds of technologies and the ways in which the international community has failed to ensure safeguards around them. So they are concerned. I mean, I've just come back from South Africa where I was working embedded in a news organisation called Daily Maverick, which is one of the last remaining truly independent investigative outlets. It's an amazing outlet. So I was there for nearly 3 weeks in the lead up to the election. And the women journalists there in particular are targeted in very virulent ways. And while we aren't necessarily going to say they're bot networks, there are inauthentic actors, as the platforms would label them, who have formed networks, probably interspersed with bot networks, that have been in operation in various ways over the past 6, 7, 8 years. And there is evidence, according to the investigative work that the journalists have done in collaboration with computer scientists and digital forensics agencies in South Africa, that the bot networks, loose term, but the networks of bad faith actors, possibly intermingled with bot networks, that were previously targeting those journalists and targeting vulnerable communities when Jacob Zuma was being held to account, have in the past 12 months reappeared. Some of those same accounts have reappeared in ways that appear to be orchestrated, once again supporting MK, which is the sort of populist left party in South Africa, which Zuma has, although he can't stand for election, has been able, is the face of and is the leader of this party. And so they're able to see the way these bot networks are operating, and they are interspersing the attempts to discredit the journalists and the outlets and the human rights organisations, the civil society organisations, and interspersing that with disinformation about a free and fair election and with pro-Kremlin narratives. So, I mean, a lot more work needs to be done to establish exactly what's going on there. But the point of this answer is to say that I don't think we can separate, the physical threats anymore from the digital threats, and we have to be quite sophisticated in our understanding. And so I'll leave it there.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk to any female journalist online, you can't separate the two.
It's horrific.
Helen, I'm interested in, I guess you can't talk about the effects, because it's incredibly difficult to measure the effects of this kind of technology-driven or human-driven disinformation or manipulation. But I wonder, what can you tell about how effective it is just in, technologically? I mean, we see stories about, millions of bots and so on, but how do you understand how it is actually operationalized? How do you understand how it actually works? And not just in the UK election, but, more broadly.
Well, I think We tend to think of the platform, the social media platforms as kind of really, we tend to think of them as really monolithic. I think we think like that because they're so huge.
Yeah.
But they're actually operating in incredibly different ways in different countries. We are very we are very insulated from that here because the platforms don't like getting involved in politics, and they particularly don't like getting involved in British politics. Well, actually, even Putin said, didn't he, that he wasn't going to bother with this election. He was going to wait for the US one. But you know, seriously talking about the platforms, I think the problem is we think that they behave the same everywhere, but they don't. Their content moderation strategies are much more effective and strict here. They're also just better because they're much more automated than they were, and they have developed very sophisticated ways to classify and detect and to counter things like hate speech and abuse and some of the other things that you were talking about.
Can I just jump in very quickly there, just to say that's really interesting because you know, I was reading about this, that perhaps it could be that the tech companies are getting better at this. Are they just getting better at it for a UK election?
Yes,
what
well,
about
that's what I was going to say.
Sorry.
They have got much better at it. I can't remember the exact percentages, but when I first started working in this area a few years ago, it was like 20% of hate speech was classified automatically. Now it's much more like 80 or above 80, 90. But that's in kind of English-speaking countries or countries where there's a language that's very widely spoken, where there are strong states. And where there are weak states and where there are languages that are not spoken by so many people, it's a very different story. And the content moderation strategies are much less effective. And that, I think, in part is what allows this big variation across countries.
They're much less invested in trying to protect people in this
much less. You know, they got caught out in Myanmar, but there are literally hundreds of other countries where they could easily be caught out. And I think, you know, when you look at countries like, I don't want to pick on one country, but I mean, you know, Romania, for example, where there is huge, you know, where bots have just kind of totally infested the information environment.
And you've got Andrew Tate and his misogynistic networks.
Yeah, you've got Andrew Tate there. I mean, you really got a problem. And I think the thing that we should worry about most, or the thing I'm worried about most, kind of for future elections, because, as I said, this key election that we're talking about tonight isn't one of them. But the danger is, and it's connected what I said at the beginning about the hype, that is, if everyone's so worried about misinformation and worried about AI and worried that nothing is kind of true, and even things, even the sort of chatbots that are supposed to help, like Microsoft Copilot, are always putting health warnings and things and saying it may be wrong. So you've got this situation where people might not believe anything. And then you've got the problem, how do you get out good information, like information about voter ID and where the election is and where it isn't, and what the date of the election, you know, and those are the things that become vulnerable.
And
that's something to worry about.
We are spinning on this, aren't we? I mean, I led the LSE's commission on the information crisis back in 2018. And, you know, it was, the conclusion was basically, Nick was a part of this, and we basically sort of said, something must be done, something is wrong here, but it's moving so fast. And that anything you do to try and counter that, if you try and restrict, you know, the messaging, then the danger is that there's going to be a kind of rebound effect, that people are going to fear that you're censoring them. You know, for example, that it's an incredibly difficult space to actually intervene in. And we can observe it, we can describe it and try to understand it, but to intervene is really difficult, right? I mean, neither of you have got ready-made answers.
No, sorry, you haven't said anything for a
No,
while.
I'm coming to Nick in a minute, don't worry.
But I firmly believe that, I mean, we operate here in a country where hate speech is, certain elements of hate speech are still, technically, they're not criminalised, but, they are forbidden.
Yeah.
And they should be implemented. And yet, I mean, I work studying just women journalists around the world who are constantly threatened with rape. Being, quote, shot in the pussy was a recent one that a South African journalist was exposed to. And that's the sort of, I mean, the problem we have is that content, I really genuinely, I mean, I think the problem we have is that kind of content should be able to be moderated and through detection, limited and removed. But still, they are getting, when they can get through to anybody at a company, they're told this is within the boundaries of appropriate speech. And I do think that, I mean, certainly, there's ongoing research, but there is deep concern about the ways, for example, in which misogyny, which is, I would argue, a form of hate speech, which is not always recognised as a form of hate speech in countries around the world, but it is spreading at such a rate and with such effect that it's linked. So the function of these platforms and the manipulation of these platforms by misogynists, it's linked with the rollback of gender rights in countries around the world. And so I think, we can say, yes, there is a concern about people feeling that they are being censored. It's a very kind of free speech absolutist kind of First Amendment approach to things. And in the case of, say, misogyny, men, this is the sort of first argument is you can't suppress my free speech. I'm entitled to say she's an ugly bitch. And, so I'm a little kind of antagonised by the you're censoring me argument, because when you are allowing unfettered speech of that kind, and you accept it as the norm, then what you're essentially doing is facilitating the suppression of the freedom of expression and the particular right of, say, a woman journalist to do her job protected under international law. And is that the outcome you want from that argument? So it's complex, but...
absolutely, it's complex. Nick, bringing it back home, because we haven't got much time. Oh, sorry, am I supposed to take questions? I am, aren't I? Yeah. I'm about to say very quickly.
Okay, very quickly.
Very quickly, broadly, if it's not the AA election, what has it been in the media election? And please get your questions ready next.
Okay, so let me make two really quick points then that I think that are potentially interesting in terms of thinking about the media election. It absolutely wasn't the TV debate election.
Really?
I mean, I think once again they fit into this point that you can't escape the constraints that you're operating in within as a politician, and you saw politicians struggling to articulate lines that actually move the dial in any way. I also think you had a debate with two party leaders given a platform, and it seems that these parties have got about 60% of the vote between them. So whether that format would survive into a future election, I think, is an open question. The other thing I think I will just mention, just since we were talking about regulatory challenges, and I think this is a very open question, maybe we could think of it as the GB News election, given that one of their presenters looks very likely to be elected as an MP in a few hours' time. Wow. And obviously the idea of
Who are you talking about?
Mr. Farage.
Oh, sorry, of course. I forgot he was still a presenter.
Most of their presenters are going to lose their seats, aren't they?
Well, that's true. They're going to lose some of their seats. But the idea is someone being elected as a party leader, of course, is an interesting dimension to that. And I think that there's a question there, both for reform, what its relationship with reform will be, and also what role it's going to play in a potential Conservative Party civil war. And also regulators, I think, really did get a handle on how to handle a partisan TV network, and that's a big challenge.
But basically, you agree that. I mean, my thesis is that TV was the most influential media. Anyway, leave that for now. Any questions, please, from the audience? Sorry. Come on.
You're such troopers. I would not have stayed around to hear us, but thank you.
Hey, Julie.
Sorry.
Don't undersell yourself.
Hi, it's
Please go ahead.
Ella
Thank
Bennett. I'm just wondering, why is it so difficult to regulate the social media platforms and the way that they moderate hate online?
Whoa. How long have you got? Do you want to start, Helen?
Well, we do at last have the Online Safety Act, and it's now an act. I mean, and, you know, in spite of all the things that happened to it and all the other things that were hung on it, as well as moderating social media platforms, I mean, it is a path-breaking piece of legislation, and it is going to make a difference. And the regulator, I mean, AI is a real challenge for regulators. And Ofcom has really tooled up. I mean, they do have a really impressive array of expertise. So, you know, it's not impossible, but obviously it's a hugely difficult thing to do for all the reasons that we've been talking about, and in some countries, kind of seemingly, impossible. So. And of course, some social media companies, I mean, some social media companies are trying to do something about it because of reputational damage more than anything else. Yeah. But some social media companies have completely stopped trying to do anything about it, like X. I mean, I think X is a potentially sort of worrying sign of the future since it became X, because it's just sort of trying to do all your worst fears, really, as a platform, and trying to allow the things that you might want to regulate.
And you had ideas about, specifically around elections and politics, about how you might regulate political communications.
Well, I mean, with the caveat that it's really hard to regulate these platforms at the best of times. It's even harder to regulate them in an electoral period because the stakes are so much higher. And traditionally, the regulatory instrument that has tended to be used is control of expenditure. So what you're doing is you're limiting the expenditure that parties are going to make. But it's interesting, we kind of sort of moved into a new era almost by accident. So if you look in the United Kingdom, you historically would have had a ban on the most powerful common form of commercial advertising, which was television advertising. Now parties can spend with reckless abandon on social media, and we haven't even had a conversation about whether this is a good idea. So maybe we just even need to start having the conversations about what role these platforms play in our democracy. I just want to make one other point about X as well that I think is a difference in this election that we haven't had. And one really good way of understanding what's happening, maybe not regulating exactly, but shaping these platforms, is to have a vibrant civil society that can research and understand what's going on in them. And of course, one of the things that's happened in the move from Twitter to X is the API has been shut down. Yeah. So we are blinder in terms of what's happening on these platforms than we've ever been.
Or we have to be very independently wealthy
in
order to afford the $45,000 a month it costs you to access the API. So, can I...
sorry, just to very quickly answer it's the way you access data. So historically on Twitter, you could access very large amounts of data for very little or no money at all, and use that for research purposes. Musk has shut that down.
Yeah, and none of the other platforms really have a proper equivalent, so that is a huge problem.
Which is the main problem. We just don't know what they're doing.
And we have Meta that is going to shut down it wasn't close to a Twitter API kind of amazing fire hose where you could get all of the data that you wanted in real time and then analyze it. But Meta has a platform or a tool called CrowdTangle, which allows at least some research capability in terms of detecting, through natural language processing analysis, for example, on the text in comments. It's less specific than the API that Twitter had, but it allows for some research and some kind of network analysis and trends detection. They are shutting that down at the end of August. So I actually think what we have is a situation where we have Elon Musk, who has abrogated all responsibility and bragged about doing so, and has dismissed his safety and trust teams. I think he's given cover to the other actors in this space to actually downgrade their attention on this issue. So access to data is one important issue, and as colleagues said, we now have here the Online Harms Act, and in Europe there's the DSA, which is another act that is being tested. But one of the things we have to ensure is that through those acts we are able to effectively secure access as independent researchers and civil society organisations and even news organisations where there are appropriate ethical standards adhered to. Because if we can't assess what they're doing independently, then we've lost any power that we have. Yeah.
I think I can take one more question right in the middle there.
Yeah. My question is for Nick. You mentioned that the Conservative Party didn't contextualize, as you said, their communication strategy and the constraints that they were operating in. So my question is, what would you have done if you were running the Conservatives?
Oh, that's a really good question. That is a really good question.
I think with the caveat, I don't think they could have done anything. I think the situation they put themselves in, but I think they made a situation worse. So, for example, I think one of the things that will be misinterpreted tomorrow morning is this will be considered to be about ideology, that the Tories should have been more right-wing. We're already hearing this line. That's not true. They should have been more competent. Yeah. So what they should, so for example, what Sunak should have done is he should have voted to chuck Johnson out of Parliament when the penalty was imposed on him for lying to Parliament. He should have made a clean break with his predecessors. He didn't do that. He looked weak, and this is where he's ended up.
There is an English phrase for this. Where are you from?
Argentina.
I don't know how this would sound in Spanish. There's an English phrase for this, and I can't think of a polite way of saying it. So anybody who's going to be offended, close your ears right now. But there's an English phrase which is, you cannot polish a turd. You know? If something is shit, it's shit. You know? And I don't mean to say that in an offensive way or a prejudicial way or a ideological way, but if your record is terrible, there's a limit to media. I'm a media professor, I'm a journalist, I've lied my way through all sorts of things.
Charlie!
I'm sure you guys haven't, but you try to spin it, you try to shape things, but in the end, when you're, whatever the phrase is, your trousers are down or whatever, then sometimes it's impossible to do it. But that is a lovely hypothetical, isn't it? I think you should do that with your students next year. Could you have run the Conservative campaign better? Well, you could have done by not having the rain.
The rain.
There
was the leaving of the D-Day commemoration.
Leaving the D-Day thing, that wasn't a great idea. There were lots of bad mistakes, but in the end, I think it was just circumstance.
Yeah. Do not complain about not having Sky TV. That was another one.
How much time? No time. We've run out of time.
Oh.
I'm told we've run out of time. So thank you very, very much to my fantastic panel.
Not quite sure whether we're good night, good evening, good morning, but anyway, it's very good to see you. Thank you. It's very good to see you. Congratulations. You have made it through to the final session of LSE's election night. Woo! Thank you. Big round of applause. So saving the best till last. So severe element of FOMO for everybody who's not here. But of course, they'll be watching it on live stream. So that is very good. I'm delighted to be here. Actually, it's really early in the morning, and I'm not sure if I'm delighted, but it is a very, very exciting night. And I am genuinely delighted to be with you, not necessarily at this time, but with the panel that I have with me as well. So my name is Julia Black. I'm a professor here in the law school, and I'm delighted to be accompanied by, moving down in order, Professor Andres Velasco, who is our Dean of the School of Public Policy, and is himself no stranger to political life, having been Minister of Finance in Chile, and so has, as well as being a leading economist and macroeconomist and academic, and just a ridiculous long list of achievements. But anyway, so we will be moving on then to Professor Muthalika Banerjee. So Muthalika is a professor here in our anthropology department, and has done, again, a huge range of work. But one of her, I first met Muthalika when she had just completed a major study on why Indians vote in Indian democratic elections, which was, 10 years ago now, I think it was.
Exactly.
So really interesting insights into the anthropology around voting, which I think is relevant, obviously, for this evening. And then Professor Chris Anderson, who is the Ralph Darendorf Professor of European Politics and Society at the European Institute. So, to be honest, across this panel, we cover quite a lot of the globe. And that's actually what I'd like to do in the final panel of tonight. So, we basically know the election results. Yes, there's the mere fine detail coming in of actually who's in and who's out. But we've had quite a lot this evening about the UK, and we've had quite a lot this evening about the UK election result, rightly so, because it is election night. But I feel we should also look out and look around the world and see, well, where is the UK in this wider geopolitical environment? And so we're going to be looking at the very small, non-complicated topic, absolutely ideal for 1:20 a.m., which is the future of liberal democracy. So we have 35 minutes on the specialist subject of the future of liberal democracies. But this is, we have. I think it's half the democracies around the world have elections this year, something of that order. Some significant amount of the world's population, and the UK, to be honest, is a tiny little island, and I think it is worth us just thinking, as I say, stepping back and thinking about the wider questions. So I'm going to throw a very easy opening lob to my panel of a question, which is what are the most significant challenges and threats facing liberal democracies today? Andreas.
Thank you very much, Julia. Thanks to all of you for being here at 1:20 a.m. The first thing I'd like to say is that I do think liberal democracy is under siege. And if you think that is too dramatic a statement, maybe it is for some countries, but as I look around the world, I see lots of places in which parties, sometimes of the far left, sometimes of the far right, are on the rise, and their commitment to democracy, to checks and balances, to the rule of law is weak, is questionable, and it can bring trouble down the road. Now, as we sit here in lovely London, we may think that this is sort of a remote occurrence, so it doesn't happen here. There's a very good book by two Harvard political scientists that came out a couple of years ago called How Democracies Die. And the point they make is that, yes, it can happen here. That book begins with an anecdote from my country, Chile. Most people in the room probably don't think of South America as being a great model for liberal democracy, but with a little bit of Chilean pride, let me tell you that Chile was a democracy beginning in 1833, and we were pretty much a functioning democracy until 1973. That's a pretty long stretch. And, if I am a social scientist today, it is because I'm of a generation of people who grew up being told, oh, it wouldn't happen here. And one good day I woke up and, my parents were in a tizzy and there were jets flying overhead and, throwing rockets at the presidential palace, which happened to be a few blocks away. And, educated Chileans, my parents were both law professors, had been saying, oh, it wouldn't happen here until we saw the jets and the rockets. And people said, oh my God, yes, it could happen here. So I think if I look at elections in Mexico recently, I worry that Mexicans gave 60% of their votes to a party which has done its best to undermine democratic institutions in Mexico. As I look at elections recently in India or in Turkey or in South Africa, I think for my personal taste the results were not too bad, but I could easily envision how 2 more percentage points here, 2 more percentage points there could have put liberal democracy at risk in those very large and important emerging nation democracies. So bottom line, yes, it is a problem. Causes, Julia won't give me enough time to elaborate on the causes, but let me say one thing. The standard account that the New York Times will give you is the world became more unequal, people are pissed off about inequality, and as a result they go and demonstrate that this puts democracy at risk. Maybe that is true in Washington, maybe that is true in the UK, think Brexit. It is not true in much of the world, among other things, because maybe inequality of incomes has been rising in the North Atlantic. Inequality of income has not been rising in much of the world. And many of the countries where today you see tremors of authoritarian threats are countries where, in fact, in the last 25 years, economic performance was quite good, and where inequality seemed to be on the decline, not on the rise. So I am not very fond of the word imperialism, but I think in this case we have a bit of Anglo-American imperialism. We tend to look at the world through the Anglo-American lens, and in this domain I think that's the wrong approach to take.
Brilliant, thank you. Mukhlika.
Okay, so let me make some complementary points to what you've just heard. In that book, How Democracies Die, of course, Ziblatt and Levitsky make the point that democracies don't die by military coups, they die through the corruption of elections. So first thing to say is that tonight we've witnessed an election being conducted more or less in the way that we expect elections to be conducted, and we should not take that for granted.
Very good point.
Right? So we should celebrate that. That's why we celebrate election night at LSE every time there is an election, even when we don't know whether the results are going to be in line with the majority of political opinion, not everybody in the school. So we've sat here being very disappointed and upset after the Brexit referendum. Many of you will remember that, and so on. So the fact that elections are conducted properly is a very important element of democracies not dying. But then we have to be just as attendant to the corruptions of the electoral process. And I think electoral integrity, as it's called, is something that one needs to watch out. This election, for instance, is the first election in the UK when voter ID was required, photo identities. It was a rule that was brought in by a conservative government, arguably to disenfranchise and disadvantage younger voters, which at the university we are all concerned about, because young people's IDs, most of their forms of ID weren't allowed as forms of identification. And these are small ways. Postal ballots have been very delayed at this election. People have been talking about this all day today. So these are small corruptions of one aspect of the institutional framework of democracy that we really need to be attendant to. Right? So there is a crisis if institutions begin to hollow out, and I'm not even talking about the state of the media or the separation of powers, the role of the judiciary, and so on. The second thing, the big, which we talk about much less, is what happens to democracy once elections are over? What happens in between elections? And there, what I call democratic, not just me, but what we call democratic culture, what it is to live in a democratic society, is one that we possibly pay less attention to than we as citizens. How many of you went to vote today, by the way? Excellent. That's why you're here at 1 o'clock, right? We are the eager beavers. I mean, we are the committed Democrats in the room. But so great, we all went to vote. But what are we going to do from tomorrow? Even if you get the government you want, your party wants, say, what is our role as citizens? And we don't stop being a democracy because the election is over. What are we then to do? And the job of citizens, A, to hold their government's feet to the fire on every single issue that they debate and pass laws on and implement and discuss and ask them to do things is as much a part of a democracy as holding elections. And we need to, and it's really struck me, I've spent a lot of time during this campaign canvassing very hard in my local constituency in London, and I've had lots of conversations at the doorstep with voters, and I'm struck really by how little people understand how politics works. And there is a real crisis in what we would call civic education. And this is there at schools, it's there in the university. The number of arguments I've had with my students all of this year saying, oh, we couldn't be bothered to vote. What, it's all the same, what's the point? It's a bourgeois plot, democracy, etc. This complete dismissal of democratic politics is, I think, something that the work needs to be done before, in the next 5 years, before the next election. That's how democracies are. And in responding to Julia's very valid invitation to globalize this conversation a little bit, the Indian election was conducted and concluded just last month. Now, the Indian election is vast. It's 917 million voters. This is all of Euro-America, Australia, large parts of Latin America combined. This is a big electorate. And watching it and getting a very interesting result, as you said, where the ruling party, which had insane amounts of money, did not, so the richest parties don't always win. The Conservatives raised campaign spending limits astronomically compared to what it used to be, but they didn't win. So richest parties don't always win elections. And instead, what you got was evidence of what we can only call a democratic maturity of how citizens are able to think about politics, how they hold leaders to account, how they're able to make judgments about what is permissible within democratic politics or not. And we saw that evidence at work in India. Whether that was an evidence in the UK elections, the next few days as the data comes in and we can look at the finer points of who's voting where, how many young people voted, which regions of Britain voted, how, and so on. We will think about it. But the point being that there has to be, with every round of election, with every decade of democratic politics, unless we are growing some sense of that democratic maturity and putting some civic work into it, democracy is not going to survive forever.
Excellent, thank you. So, Chris.
Wow, really interesting to listen to you two, in part because, of course, 80% of what you said I was hoping to say in some other interesting way, so you now totally stole my thunder. So I think you asked about the challenges to liberal democracy, and I think of the challenges currently, as somebody who works in the European Institute and thinks about Europe a lot, also happens to have lived in the US for many years, as being really old challenges. They're kind of ongoing challenges we've always had as democratic political systems, really. And as I think about them, they revolve around sort of 3 points. One of them is the behavior of the winners and losers of elections, right? 20 years ago, I wrote a book called Losers Consent. And we used to think that democracies survive if the losers are good losers, if they're willing to accept the outcome and not cause a ruckus, and go on and hope that they will have another chance to take power. Because ultimately, this is about power, right? And that has sort of been the conventional understanding. We saw in the US, for instance, when a loser doesn't accept the election outcome, bad stuff happens or can happen. But it's also true, and I think we sometimes forget the winners as well, that if you think about how democracies die, they die from within, they die by winners rigging the system for the next time around. They change the electoral system, they change ballot access, they change who gets to vote, and all that kind of stuff, right? So in a way, the challenges to liberal democracy haven't changed really. We need good losers and good winners to continue for this wonderful system of self-governance to continue to exist. The UK is, as you say, to be celebrated. What a wonderful day of having, I haven't heard anyone question the result. I haven't heard any voices of people saying Keir Starmer is going to be an illegitimate prime minister or anything like that. So losers and winners have to be good losers and winners. That's a challenge we see the world over, and you got to kind of find a way of getting a hold of that policy. It's actually quite simple. I think in every democracy around the world, you have to deliver for normal, ordinary, average people something material that will make their lives better. Whatever those challenges might be, it might be economic inequality, it might be jobs, it might be local development of some kind. Whatever it is, governments have to deliver. If they don't deliver, they forsake the right to rule, right? And I think, if anything, that's what we saw in this election here, to some extent, where I don't know how enthusiastic people were about the Labour program or manifesto of whatever, but they certainly knew that they didn't want this government to continue. So it's about delivering. So it's about politics among losers and winners. It's about policy and delivering for average people. And then thirdly, I would say, it's interesting that you say, go canvass, go talk to average voters. When you do that, I study elections and public opinion and voter behavior. And I used to do it as an academic, and I use surveys, I collect data, really far removed from normal people, in a way, in our ivory tower here, right? When you go out and you meet real people, and you talk to them on the doorstep, you have a very different feeling for what democracy is really about, and how fragile it really is when you talk to real people. Most people don't think about politics. They don't care about politics. They care about their families. They care about their faith tradition. They care about their football team. They care about all kinds of stuff but politics. They don't think we're unusual in this place, right? You are crazy unusual for being here tonight and wanting to listen to people about something like a liberal democracy. Normal people aren't like you. They really aren't. You're special in your own way. But that matters.
Are you running for office?
But it matters, right? It matters for how we think about what makes democracy work. If we don't understand what people really want and how people really think about politics and what they really need from politics, we're going to fail.
Okay, so we've got different sort of challenges here. So we've got the institutional fragility and democracies dying from within, and the kind of corrosion, as it were, of those institutions. We've got the need for that continual citizen engagement and citizen challenge, challenging governments to deliver on policies. And then we've got the reality, as it were, of the doorstep politics, which is that actually people just get on with their lives, right, and expect politics to sort of sort itself out. So in this context, yet we've still got a crisis, right? So I think we've, different degrees, varying degrees, looks different, manifested differently in different countries around the world. So the next question is, how can democratic institutions maintain stability or resilience in the face of these forces of erosion, as it were, in an increasingly polarised world, if indeed it is polarised? Andreas, why don't we go?
Thank you. Before I tackle Julia's very good question, I want to say for the record that I worried when you said your students thought that democracy was a bourgeois plot. I see lots of students from the School of Public Policy, and I want to state formally that I have never heard one of you say that democracy is a bourgeois plot. So kudos to you guys. I'm also flattering the audience, you see.
Well done.
Here's what to me is the big puzzle, and this may point the way to sort of measures to alleviate the problem. I'm an economist, I'm a boring macroeconomist, I'm not an evolutionary biologist, not an anthropologist, not a sociologist, but it seems to me that the crucial social fact of today's world is a reassertion of the very groupish and tribal nature of human beings. If you've ever been a practicing politician, and I was, within 5 minutes you learn that in politics there's us and there's them. Our party, their party, our neighborhood, their neighborhood, our interests, their interests. And democracy requires what should we call it? We always have layers of identity, and I can like a particular football team or a particular political party, or I may, vouch for the interests of a particular region of my country, but ultimately we have to feel that we're all in the same boat. If we feel we're all in the same boat, then I can be a winner, I can be a loser, but I'm not going to kick the table and walk away because I lost this election, maybe I'll win next election. But if I think that you've won the election and in fact you are working for some evil group that is not my group but we're not in the same boat, well, if you win the election, I'll pull a Trump and I'll call some goons and march on Parliament. So the breakdown of what one might call a shared identity. There's a Stanford political scientist who talks about communities of fate, not of faith, not ITH, but FATE. Countries work well when we are a community of fate. If you do well, I do well, and vice versa. That sense of a shared destiny, of a community of fate, has been eroded in the US and the UK, in India and Turkey and Brazil, pretty much everywhere. And I think it is that we need to put back together. Economic outcomes and delivery may be a necessary condition, maybe, I'm not sure. You look at Mexico today, the government is doing terribly, and somehow people like the government anyway. So delivery is not quite delivering, something else is going on there. But even if you think that economic delivery of goods and services is a necessary condition, it's not a sufficient condition. And let me end by saying one thing. What I think is also broken down is the basic sense of trust between voters and the political class, which also underpins a well-functioning democracy. I ran for office twice in my life. I lost both times, so I'm probably not, the most authorized and expert voice on how to get elected. But I can tell you that, election season begins and the campaign process starts, and you get in your, campaign van and go to the local supermarket or the local shopping mall or the local plaza, and you begin campaigning. And what voters will say to you is, oh, the politicians are back, it must be election time. Guys, we haven't seen you for 4 years. Where have you been? I'm not quite sure how that is said in England or in the US or in the UK, but I will bet that is exactly the same phenomenon. And so, the breakdown of trust, the erosion of the notion that you're a politician, you're working for us. Oh, you're not. You're working for yourself, for your party, for your group. That it is what we need to put back together. How you do that, we need another panel to deal with that.
Okay, Mukli, going to you for some thoughts.
On polarization, I think the word gets used often when there is the rise of the right wing, right? You get that, you've had that in America, you've had it a lot in Europe. There's a sense of panic over France at the moment. And tonight, the big story is the rise of the vote share of the Reform Party.
Of course.
Right? Which has come second place in many, as the data's coming in.
Right.
So it's doing very well. And there is a sense that there's the rise of the extreme right, and therefore there is somehow a polarization. And then immediately the counter narrative, you must have picked this up today, Labour is letting, what the Daily Telegraph said, a few more hours before the country is taken over by the extreme left. And you think, I've been dealing with people castigating Keir Starmer for not being left all day. My Labour supporters saying we are not voting Labour because it is too centrist. So there is a perception of right and left and what we think is and therefore polarized, which is, I think, really needs to be understood much better. And we bandy about terms like populism all the time, rise of populist politics, whatever that means. And I think there is a lot of good academic writing, which we need to do a better job of communicating and engaging with wider doorstep conversations. But there is, I think, also, you raise the issue of social inequality, Andreas. Now, in a place like India, actually, where the economy is indeed growing very well, social inequality has gone up very significantly because this is jobless growth. The number of billionaires has gone from 27 to 450 in the last 10 years. I mean, it's a very significant increase, and people have got materially poorer. That's one kind of social inequality where you're getting economic growth that doesn't basically lift everyone with the tide, number one. But there is also in the US, in Europe, the Trump phenomenon brought this to light, but it is elsewhere in Europe, and I'm sure you'll talk about it, Chris, is that you are creating trade policy that does not benefit a lot of people who are saying, what are the benefits of globalization for me? I'm a Finnish farmer. Actually, my prices that I'm getting for dairy products has gone further down after we've joined the EU. How do you, and to dismiss this, whether it is Middle America, whether it is the rural vote, whether it is the Brexiteers, as somehow people without university educations and therefore stupid, and therefore, this polarization that has happened between people who voted Brexit, who didn't, who voted Remain, people who voted Trump, people who voted Democrat, people who think that some sort of nationalistic, atavistic politics of Le Pen and others are the stupid ones, whereas the educated people are. This is the polarization. At the heart of this polarization is really formation of trade policy that actually is not benefiting a lot of people, and the language of nationalism allows an expression of that have-not feeling. We haven't benefited from it, and therefore let's make America great again, or let's, what was the Brexit slogan? Make Britain...
Take back control.
Take back control.
Yeah.
Make Britain even greater, or whatever it was. Great Britain was greater. That kind of thing. Where, I mean, I think the economists really need to, it was very interesting listening to the foreign policy discussion, I don't know, some of you may have been here, where trade policy was being discussed and Labour's commitment to WTO is complete. And it is a bit of the same old, and we are recreating that problem. So we need to think about it, and I'm going to stop on this, that all I'm saying is that polarization is a direct outcome of the kind of economic policies that have become dogma, and we really need to rethink those quite fundamentally.
Okay, Chris, and then I'll go to Q&A.
Okay, just really quickly, so clearly politics is noisier these days. Clearly there's an us versus them. Clearly there's a kind of tribal something happening in the world. We see it, we feel it everywhere. But I think of it as a symptom rather than the underlying disease. And so the question really to me is, okay, if that's what's happening and the rise of the right to some extent to me is a symptom as well, kind of what are the underlying causes that are driving this? And how do we resolve those in order to get to a better place? I'm not sure that I know the answer. Obviously trade policy matters. Obviously inequalities that have sprung up as a result of technological changes, all kinds of reasons for that. We don't have enough time in the day to discuss that. But I think ultimately there's a real catch for governments generally, because you're now called upon to solve problems that are more global in nature, in the sense if you think about climate change, if you think about demographic changes that societies are going through, if you think about migration, right? Those are things that cross borders, everyone's facing them, and yet national governments have less control, really, ultimately, over affecting outcomes that will solve those issues, right? And so in a way, they're kind of stuck. They can't really solve the problem on their own. And yet there's so much noise in the air that the instinct is to become really kind of taking back control, making the country great again, whatever it is, right? And so I feel like, I fear a little bit that if I'm a politician and I'm put into office, I'm thinking, this is great, I have a majority, I'm in government, all my friends get to be minister of something, wonderful, but what in the world am I going to do with that to actually move the needle for the people that elected me? And I think it's an incredible challenge.
Excellent, right. So we have some, I think we can get in a round of questions, and we've got so in the middle now with the white t-shirt. Yes, but if you could wait for the mic, because then
Mic right there.
Which is right there, then it gets picked up on the live stream.
Thank you. I want to ask, some people argue that this Labour win is less about the Labour Party and more about not getting Conservative again. So what does that say about democracy in general?
You choose better government. I mean, one thing that there seems to be consensus about, that the 14 years has caused a lot of mismanagement. It's not even ideological, it's about governance record. And people are saying we don't want an inefficient and corrupt government, doesn't it? And, you know, that's the beauty. It's a non-violent way of changing the people who rule you, who govern.
Excellent. Another question. Yeah, in the front there. Thank you.
I think there's a lot of focus on the inputs of democracy, but one of the issues that I have is the increasing constraints that governments have, right? This Labour government, they will not have an ability to put huge resources in to public services. They're simply not going to be able to do much that's all that different from the current government, right? They will take some choices that are different, but in many ways they will have many of the same constraints. Immigration's another example, right? They will probably not be that much more successful in deterring illegal migration than the Conservative Party, because it's not easy to do. So if I'm a voter, and I look at this and say, what does it matter? I'm not getting different outcomes, so why should I vote? And I wonder if the panel thinks that may be more at the heart of the rot of democracy, but we're just not getting the choices.
Can I think, economics is the story of many constraints. Life is full of constraints, so we never get away with everything we want. But I see no reason why in this country, if government needs to provide better public services, the tax take could not go up. I used to live in New York before I came to the UK, and when I thought about buying a house in London, the first thing that I asked was, what about property taxes? And I was told there are none. And I thought, but this is a civilized country, how can there be no property tax? And I was told there's something called a council tax. And I asked, how much is the council tax? And they said, 150 quid a month. I thought this was Banana Republic taxation, right? So the tax, I'll be a boring economist for a second, tax revenue as a share of GDP in this country is not particularly high. As Tim Besley said on an earlier panel, the structure of taxation in this country is really insane. So if the NHS needs more nurses, which it does, let's have people pay for their very large houses in South Ken. Now, before you think that I'm a Corbynista and a member of the loony left, so I'm completely comfortable with advocating higher taxes, let me say something that will make you think that I'm in fact a boring neoclassical, neoliberal economist. I do not think that trade is at the heart of the problem we're discussing, for a very simple reason. It may be the problem for the US and the UK, but if they're losers in Sheffield, England, or Gary, Indiana, they're winners everywhere, somewhere else, right? So if this is about winners and losers, somebody's losing. Who the hell is winning? The people who are winning happen to live in India or Brazil or Chile or South Africa, and that is why trade policy is a big issue in this country. It is not a big issue in the election in South Africa, say, or in Brazil, because Brazilians, poor and rich, understand that capitalism is evil, but the trade policy, in fact, that is open benefits them. So what may be true for this country is not true for the developing world. And please don't call it the global south, because it is neither global nor in the south, but that's a pet peeve of mine.
Okay, right. Oh, Florida questions, right, that's really prompted some. So over on there, because I've done the middle range now. Done the back.
On the subject of threats to democracy, I'm really troubled by the way that politicians speak to each other and reluctantly returning us to Trump's America. Just the aggressive nature and the very ugly nature, and the sort of coarsening of that discourse. And we all remember Michelle Obama saying, when they go low, we go high. And I thought, yeah, great, but that didn't work. Where does that leave us?
Well, she might get a chance to show it soon. She might run for president. She's polling really well these days. Well, look, democracy is noisy. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be competitive. People find it quite distasteful, generally speaking. If you only ask average voters around the world, they'll say, they're always squabbling, they're always fighting, they're always disagreeing. That's the whole point. Honestly, to some extent, we need to disagree openly. You're talking more about kind of style, right? You're sort of saying, how are we speaking to each other in a respectful or not respectful way? 100 years ago, there were fist fights on the floor of the United States Congress. People were hitting each other with sticks over the head. We don't have that anymore. So to some extent, the glass is half full.
They bolt the chairs to the ground. They can't do that anymore.
Having said that, I think there's something that's happening that's in the water about personalizing things in public, about denigrating in public for clicks, doing things just for effect that have nothing to do with an honest disagreement with each other. I'm okay with people yelling at each other when it's really over something that matters. I'm not okay when it comes to talking about someone else's children or how they look or what they say.
Can I provide an interesting data point to this question? In the Indian election, it was held over 7 phases, and there was a real coarsening of language by the Prime Minister, right? Full of hate speech, calling 200 million Muslims infiltrators, making false claims, etc. And we've just looked at the data, and in the phases where he made the worst speeches, his party lost votes significantly. And this is a sign of democratic maturity, I think, that people are saying, okay, there are red lines. There are some things you say, you can squabble over policy, but don't make it personal. And I think in Britain, it's quite interesting. Humor plays such a fantastic role. You know, Sunak in the rain without an umbrella just became, so much was made of it. You could have ridiculed him, but people laughed and made a fantastic, and humor is very, very important, I think, in stopping that coarsening, making it funny.
But you have to mobilize around it, right? So you have to take it as an opportunity to then call it out and do something with it, rather than just complaining about it at LSE. And we have to actually go out. This research that shows that when you call it out and when people go on the streets and people actually make it a point, that there's an effect on voters, and a positive in the sense that people will then take another view.
Okay, listen everybody, I've got a flurry of hands. I didn't think I would say this at 1 to 2 in the morning, but we could genuinely go on for a lot longer.
We're just getting going.
Actually, we're just getting going. So let's not wait another 5 years, right, until we come back. But fortunately, many of these conversations will be continuing throughout. So you have patiently, you've got your hands up, but I am not have time to take your questions because we are going to be kicked out of the building very soon. So I want to please have a round of appreciation for coming.
Okay, before everybody finally departs to, certainly in my case, sadly watch election results all night in a way I find embarrassing even to tell you, just listening to the conversation at the end here about the rancour and the discourse that sometimes undermines liberal democracy. Just over, they often say this to students, on the other side of Lincoln's Inn Fields lives a lot of Hogarth's work, including his drawings, paintings of an election. And if you think elections are bad in Britain or India or America today, they were so much worse as described and drawn by Hogarth in the 18th century. Really, really desperate stuff. So just thought, just prompted to think that. We've had a great evening at the LSE. It's been a phenomenal panoply, a cornucopia of panels and opportunities to debate things and bring colleagues and alumni, existing students, that was 1 or 2 future students, and others together. So it's been really, really remarkable and great fun. The result is still going on out there. I love the way in which it's now, 2 o'clock in the morning and about 8 results in. So most of them are going to happen after everybody's finished their great election event. So I'd just like to thank all of you for staying up this late. It's been great attendance for an event at 2 o'clock in the morning in this room, a big room, and for the others that you will have been to during the course of the evening. I just thank all the people. I cannot tell you the logistics that our colleagues in communication, I said this at the beginning of the evening, in communications, catering, all the students have been looking after us, all evening. So thanks to all of them. The logistics behind an evening like this are remarkable. All panel members, some of whom are here, they represent all the other panel members. But one final person it's worth, I think we must say thank you to tonight, and that's Julia. Oh. Well, Julia has been at the LSE for a long time. But it's a long time. Julia is now going to become the warden of Nuffield College, Oxford, where a lot of the, yes, go on, whoop, cheer, a lot of the...
Bravo!
Where a lot of the expertise that you can see on the television out there, certainly on the BBC, is originated from, indeed, is still present at in various forms. So you're going to become the owner, really, of psephology in Britain. So congratulations to that. So thank you all for coming. Thank you all for staying. Have a chat with some of the audience members. I think it's less likely we're going to have another election in the next 2 or 3 years. Don't tempt fate, but with any luck, see you in 4 or 5 years. Thank you all very much. Have a lovely trip home. Thank you.
There's no real obligation.